2000, Fall Asleep to Hilarious History, The Morning After, by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. Chapter 1, The Great Y2K Anti-Climax. I have always maintained that the reports of my death were an exaggeration, but they pales in comparison to the reports of the death of civilization via the humble digital calendar. As the year 1899 drew to a close, I recall a certain sense of dignified trepidation. People were concerned about the price of coal or whether the neighbor's horse might catch a chill. But as 1999 waned, I found myself observing a brand of hysteria so refined, so expensive, and so thoroughly ridiculous that it could only have been manufactured by a species that had run out of real problems and decided to invent some out of whole cloth and silicone. Man is the only animal that can be driven to the brink of insanity by a pair of zeros. The premise, as it was explained to me by various frantic experts who looked as though they hadn't seen the sun since the invention of the microchip, was deceptively simple. It appeared that the architects of our modern age, the grand wizards of the mainframe, had been so stingy with their digital ink that they had recorded years using only 2 digits. They had built a world of soaring glass and lightning-fast communication upon a foundation of 99. The fear, quite literally, was that when the clock struck midnight, the collective brain of the planet would look at the 00 and conclude that it was not, in fact, the dawn of a new millennium, but rather the year 1900. Now, to a sensible man, this sounds like a minor clerical error. If I wake up tomorrow and think I am 12 years old again, I might be confused, but I generally wouldn't expect the plumbing to explode or the local bank to vanish into a puff of logic. But in the year 1999, logic was the first casualty of the millennium bug. We were told, with the utmost gravity, that the moment the calendar turned, planes would fall from the sky like overripe fruit. Elevators would become vertical coffins. Toasters would turn on their masters. The entire global financial system, that delicate web of promises we call money, would evaporate because a computer in Zurich might think it was suddenly the Victorian era and demand its interest in gold sovereigns and mutton. I spent the final weeks of the old century watching my fellow humans prepare for a digital judgment day with a fervor that would have made a medieval flagellant blush. There is something in the human spirit that deeply desires a catastrophe. We find the mundane flow of time so dreadfully boring that we would rather be incinerated by a malfunctioning nuclear silo than endure another Tuesday of unremarkable weather. I saw neighbors, men who couldn't find their own socks without a map, stockpiling enough canned corn to survive a nuclear winter and a 40-year flood combined. They bought generators they didn't know how to fuel and water filters that promised to remove everything from the water except the taste of impending doom. One gentleman of my acquaintance spent $3,000 on a Y2K compliant bunker, apparently under the impression that when the computers failed, the laws of physics would also be suspended, and he would need 3 feet of reinforced concrete to protect himself from a spreadsheet. The experts were the best part of the show. To be an expert in 1999 was to be a prophet of the mundane. They went on the television, that flickering altar of modern life, and spoke in hushed, somber tones about embedded systems. They suggested that your microwave might decide to launch a preemptive strike against your refrigerator, They charged thousands of dollars an hour to tell corporations that, yes, the date will change, and no, we don't actually know what will happen, but it would be safer if you gave us more money. It is a grand thing to be a consultant. It is the only profession where you can be paid handsomely for being wrong, provided you are wrong in a way that is sufficiently terrifying. As the final hours of December 31st ticked away, the tension was thick enough to cut with a Bowie knife. I found myself in a room filled with people who were holding their breath as if they expected the oxygen to be turned off at midnight. We sat there, staring at various digital clocks, watching the seconds disappear. The air was heavy with the scent of expensive champagne and cheap dread. 10, 9, 8. I leaned back, lit a cigar, and waited for the chaos. I half expected the lights to flicker and die, for the walls to crumble, or at the very least, for my pocket watch to turn into a turnip. 7, 6, 5. I thought of the billions of dollars spent. I thought of the programmers in windowless rooms who had been frantically typing 2,000 into millions of lines of code, like monks scribbling in a scriptorium to keep the devil at bay. 4, 3, 2, 1, midnight. And nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. The lights stayed on. The champagne remained liquid. Somewhere in the distance, a firework went off, sounding more like a celebratory sneeze than the death knell of civilization. I checked my pulse. I was still there. I checked the toaster. It remained indifferent to my existence. Across the globe, the great Y2K Anti-Climax unfolded with a silence that was positively deafening. In Australia, they hit the new year first, and when they didn't immediately sink into the ocean, the rest of the world felt a strange mixture of relief and, crucially, disappointment. We had been promised an apocalypse, and we were given a Tuesday. The morning of January 1st, 2000, was the quietest day in human history. It was the silence of 5 billion people realizing they had been swindled by a calendar. The canned corn sat in the bunkers mocking its owners. The generators stood idle, expensive monuments to a fear that had no teeth. The experts were already on the television again, explaining with magnificent gall that the reason nothing happened was because they had worked so hard to prevent it. It is a beautiful defense. I saved you from the invisible monster, and the proof of my success is that you haven't seen the monster. If I were to tell you that I spend my mornings whistling to prevent tiger attacks in Connecticut, and you pointed out that there are no tigers in Connecticut, I would simply smile and say, "You're welcome." But that is the nature of man. We are a creature that lives in the future because the present is too much work. We spent the better part of a decade worrying about a glitch in a machine, only to find that the real glitch was in ourselves. We are remarkably good at solving problems that don't exist and remarkably bad at noticing the ones that do. The year 2000 began not with a bang, but with a sheepish grin. We stepped into the future and realized it looked remarkably like the past, only with slightly faster processors and a much higher bill for consultants. We had survived the morning after, but as I looked around at the blinking 12 o'clock on a million VCRs, the only casualty of the night, I realized that the 20th century hadn't actually ended. It had just changed its clothes and decided to see how much more nonsense we were willing to put up with. I suspect the answer is a great deal more. The digital world didn't fall apart because it turns out that 00 is just a number, and even a computer has enough sense to know that time doesn't stop just because you run out of ink. We had built a house of cards, yes, but we had forgotten that cards are surprisingly light. They don't crush you when they fall. They just make a mess on the carpet. So, we toasted to the new millennium, the real one, for those who care about such trifles as mathematical accuracy, and we went back to our lives. We tucked our fears away right next to the canned corn and waited for the next thing to be afraid of. Because if there is one thing I know about the human race, it is this: we are never more alive than when we are convinced the world is about to end, and never more bored than when it doesn't. Good night, 1999. You were a grand old fraud. Welcome, 2000. Try not to trip over the furniture on your way in. Chapter 2. The dot-com pinprick. I have often said that a mine is a hole in the ground with a liar standing at the top of it. By the spring of the year 2000, I realized that the new economy was essentially the same arrangement, only the hole was invisible. The liar was wearing a fleece vest, and the gold was a series of flickering green numbers on a glowing glass pane. History, as it turns out, is not a circle. It is a recurrent fever. Every few decades, humanity decides that the old laws of arithmetic, those stodgy, stubborn rules that insist 2 and 2 must equal 4, have been rendered obsolete by some magnificent new disruption. In my day, it was silver mines in Nevada or the grand promise of the railroad. In the year 2000, it was the Internet, a vast invisible web of wires and whimsy that promised to turn every stable boy with a keyboard into a Vanderbilt. The madness began with a letter. Not a physical letter, mind you. Those were now considered snail mail, a term used by people who felt that the 3 days required for a letter to cross the country was an intolerable affront to their dignity. No, the magic was in the E. It was a time of linguistic sorcery. If you had a company that sold socks, you were a mere haberdasher, a creature of the dusty past. But if you called it e-socks, you were suddenly a visionary, a titan of the digital frontier, and Wall Street would back a wagon up to your door and shovel money into your parlor until you couldn't see the wallpaper. It didn't matter if you had never actually sold a sock. It didn't matter if you didn't even have any socks. What mattered was the the vision and the burn rate, a charming term used to describe how fast you could set fire to your investor's capital while waiting for a miracle. I spent many an afternoon observing the high priests of this new religion, the day traders. These were gentlemen, and I use the term loosely, who sat in their bathrobes staring at monitors with the rapt attention of a cat watching a mouse hole. They were playing the market, which is to say they were engaged in a form of gambling that made the riverboat faro games of my youth look like a Sunday school picnic. They bought shares of companies that had no profits, no products, and in some cases, no permanent address, all because some analyst with a shiny tie and a suspicious lack of gray hair had declared that the old metrics were dead. Profit is a 20th century concept, they would say with a straight face. In the new economy, we value eyeballs. Now, I have seen many things of value in my life: gold bullion, fine tobacco, a well-timed joke, but I had never before heard of a business model based on the collection of human retinas. The idea was that If you could get enough people to look at your website somehow through a process as mysterious as transubstantiation, that attention would turn into wealth. It was the South Sea Bubble with better graphics. It was the Mississippi Scheme with a faster modem. The crown jewel of this absurdity, the very pinnacle of our collective lunacy, was a creature known as the Pets.com sock puppet. Imagine, if you will, a society so wealthy, so bored, and so thoroughly unmoored from reality that it poured $300 million into a company whose primary ambassador was a literal sock with button eyes. This company's grand plan was to sell heavy bags of dog food over the internet and ship them to people's houses. Now, anyone who has ever carried a 50-pound sack of kibble knows that it is a chore. But the visionaries believed that people would rather wait 3 days for a deliveryman to drop it on their porch than drive to the corner store. The catch, and there is always a catch in the new economy, was that it cost the company more to ship the dog food than they were charging for it. "We lose money on every bag," the CEO might have said, "but we'll make it up in volume." That is the logic of a man who tries to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom by using a larger hose. It is a magnificent kind of stupidity that can only be achieved by someone with an Ivy League degree and a venture capital checkbook. By March of 2000, the eyeballs began to blink. The NASDAQ, that great thermometer of our digital fever, had reached a height that made the thin air of the Himalayas seem dense by comparison. And then, without warning, the pinprick arrived. It wasn't a grand explosion. It was a slow, agonizing hiss. The paper wealth of 1 million e-millionaires began to dissolve like sugar in a rainstorm. It turns out that when you build a cathedral out of clicks and page views, it doesn't take much of a breeze to bring the whole thing down. The people who had been working from home in their pajamas suddenly realized that their stock options, which had been worth the price of a small European principality on Tuesday, weren't worth the price of a ham sandwich by Friday. I watched as the new economy gurus scrambled to explain why the old metrics of profit and loss had suddenly and quite rudely returned from the grave. They spoke of market corrections and liquidity events, which are just fancy ways of saying that the suckers had finally run out of money, and the smart money had already left the building through the back fire escape. The tragedy of the dot-com crash was not that people lost money. People lose money every day on horses, cards, and bad marriages. The tragedy was the sheer, unadulterated arrogance of it all, the belief that we had somehow solved economics. We thought we had invented a perpetual motion machine fueled by fiber optic cables and optimism. I walked past the offices of a defunct startup in San Francisco, a place that had once boasted a juice bar, a pool table, and a chief happiness officer. The windows were dark, and a lone E had fallen off the sign and lay shattered on the sidewalk. It was a somber reminder that you can't eat eyeballs, you can't pay a mortgage with buzz, and a sock puppet, no matter how charming, is not a financial advisor. The world didn't end, of course. The wires stayed in the ground, and the Internet remained, eventually becoming a very useful way for people to argue with strangers and look at pictures of cats. But the digital South Sea bubble left a bitter taste in the mouth of the new century. We had been promised a utopia where no one had to work, and everyone was a CEO. And we woke up to find that we still had to pay for our own dog food. and we had to carry it from the store ourselves. Man is a speculative animal. He cannot help himself. He sees a horizon and assumes there is gold behind it, and he will happily trample over 1,000 sensible facts to get to a single glittering delusion. The year 2000 was the year we learned that the E in e-commerce stood for expensive, evanescent, and entirely predictable. As I sat on my porch watching the sun set over a world that was suddenly a lot poorer and a little bit wiser, I couldn't help but chuckle. The more things change, the more they remain the same. The telegraph was going to bring world peace. The radio was going to end ignorance. The internet was going to make us all rich. It seems the only thing technology truly excels at is providing us with faster and more efficient ways to act like complete and utter jackasses. Good night, NASDAQ. Sleep well, you poor, battered index. And if you see that sock puppet in your dreams, tell him I have a pair of shoes that need darning. He's got the time now. End of Chapter 2. Note to the reader: as you drift off to sleep, remember that $1 billion in paper wealth is exactly as heavy as the paper it's printed on. In the end, the only thing that truly compounds is human folly. Sleep soundly, knowing that your bank account, however modest, is likely not backed by a digital haberdashery. Chapter 3. The Emotion Engine. In the wake of the dot-com collapse, one might have expected the human race to beat a hasty retreat toward the comforts of the tangible, perhaps toward the reading of heavy books, the whittling of cedar, or the simple, honest labor of staring at a river. But man is a creature of habit, and his primary habit is the pursuit of more elaborate ways to be bamboozled. Having been fleeced by the invisible promises of the e-world, the public immediately turned its gaze toward a sleek, black monolith from Japan known as the PlayStation 2. Now, I have seen many engines in my time. I have seen the great steam-belching hearts of Mississippi riverboats, machines of such terrifying power and temperament that they seemed capable of challenging the Almighty for dominion over the water. I have seen the chuffing locomotives that stitched this continent together with iron thread. These were engines of labor, of progress, and occasionally of spectacular explosions. But in the year 2000, Sony presented us with a concept so audacious, so thoroughly saturated with the spirit of a patent medicine salesman, that I felt a kindred spark of admiration for the sheer gall of it. They called it the Emotion Engine. Think of the majesty of that title. It suggests a device that can distill the very essence of the human soul into a series of electrical impulses. It implies that within this plastic box, somewhere between the humming fan and the green light, there sits a mechanical Shakespeare, a silicon Byron, or perhaps a tiny copper-bottomed Mother Teresa, churning out pathos and joy at a rate of 6 billion calculations per second. I was told by a young man whose eyes had the glazed overlook of a person who had forgotten the existence of the sun that this chip would allow digital characters to truly feel. No longer would our video game heroes be mere collections of jagged boxes, creatures who moved with the grace of a wooden puppet suffering from a severe case of the gout. No, thanks to the Emotion Engine, they would now possess the subtle facial expressions of a man who has just realized he left the oven on, or who is deeply moved by a particularly expensive sunset. I spent some time observing this marvel in action. I watched as a digital soldier, a fellow composed of several thousand shimmering triangles, crept through a jungle made of light. I was informed that he was experiencing fear. I looked closely. It was true that his eyes moved and his brow furrowed in a manner that suggested a mild headache, but I could not help but wonder if the emotion being engineered was actually his or merely mine, as I realized I had spent 40 minutes watching a man hide behind a digital fern. There is a grand irony in our desire to give machines the one thing that makes being human so profoundly inconvenient. We spend our lives trying to suppress our emotions, to keep a stiff upper lip, to avoid making a scene at the funeral, to prevent the waiter from seeing how much we resent the price of the soup. And yet, the moment we perfect a machine that is blessedly free of such burdens, a machine that can calculate the trajectory of a star or the interest on a loan without once bursting into tears, our first instinct is to try and make it as miserable and moody as we are. Why on earth would a computer want to feel? If I were a microprocessor, the last thing I would desire is the ability to experience existential dread or the sting of unrequited love. I should be perfectly content to sit in my cool, dark casing, crunching numbers and occasionally rendering a very pretty explosion. To graft emotion onto a circuit board is like trying to teach a steam shovel how to write poetry. It doesn't make the shovel any better at digging holes. It just makes the holes more melancholic. But the marketing geniuses, those modern-day enchanters who could sell a fur coat to a volcano, knew exactly what they were doing. They weren't selling a toy. They were selling a cultural shift. They promised us that the PlayStation 2 was not merely for children, but for the sophisticated adult who wished to experience interactive cinema. Interactive cinema is a phrase that sounds very grand until you realize it mostly involves sitting in a dark room and pressing a button to make a digital man jump over a crate. It is the illusion of agency. We are told that we are playing the game, but in reality, the game is playing us. We are the humble coal shovels for the emotion engine, providing the thumb twitches required to keep the spectacle moving. I recall watching a young lad play a game where he was tasked with steering a high-speed motor car around a track. The realism, I was assured, was unprecedented. You could see the reflection of the clouds in the polished hood of the car. You could see the blades of grass bowing in the wind of the vehicles passing. The emotion engine was working overtime to simulate the physics of rubber, the friction of asphalt, and the sheer unadulterated joy of driving a car you could never afford in a place you will never go. "Do you feel the emotion?" I asked the lad. "I feel like I'm going to throw up," he replied, his thumbs blurring in a frantic dance of desperation. There, perhaps, was the true success of the machine. It had bypassed the engine part entirely and gone straight for the biological reality. As the year progressed, the PlayStation 2 became the most sought-after object on the planet. People stood in lines that stretched around city blocks, braving rain, snow, and the company of other gamers, all for the privilege of handing over several $100s for a box that was, at the time, notoriously difficult to manufacture. There were rumors of shortages, a word that acts like a dinner bell for the human ego. Tell a man he can have a thing, and he may or may not want it. Tell him he cannot have it, because there are only 12 left in the county, and he will sell his own grandmother into slavery to secure one. I suspect that the emotion engine was less about the feelings of the characters on the screen and more about the feelings of the shareholders in Tokyo. The primary emotion it generated was a sense of frantic, desperate consumerism. It was the Cabbage Patch Kid for the digital age, a talisman of status that proved you were future ready, even if the future mostly consisted of playing a game where you pretend to be a professional skateboarder. But let us be fair. There is something undeniably impressive about the climb toward mimesis. We have always sought to recreate ourselves in our art. The Greeks had their statues, the Renaissance had its oil paints, and the 20th century had its cinema. Each step has been an attempt to bridge the gap between the real and the represented. The emotion engine was simply the latest, clunkiest bridge. We are fascinated by the uncanny valley, that strange, unsettling place where a digital face looks almost human, but not quite. It is the look of a very handsome corpse trying to remember a joke. We stare at these flickering phantoms, searching for a sign of a soul, and when we don't find it, we simply buy a faster chip and try again. I wonder, though, if we are looking in the wrong place. We want the machine to have emotions so that we can feel less alone in our own. We want to believe that the universe, even the digital part of it, is capable of empathy. But a machine that can simulate a tear is not the same as a machine that understands why a man cries. You can build a mechanical heart that beats with the precision of a Swiss watch, but it will never skip a beat at the sight of a long-lost friend. The emotion engine was a magnificent humbug, a triumph of branding over biology. It gave us prettier pictures and faster frame rates, and it convinced a generation of adults that playing with dolls was a legitimate form of high art, provided the dolls were made of light and could be commanded with a joystick. As I watched the blue light of the console glow in the dark of a million living rooms, I realized that the new century was going to be one of profound loneliness, disguised as connectivity. We were building engines to provide the emotions we were too tired or too busy to cultivate ourselves. But I must admit, the digital explosions were very, very pretty. And if a machine can make a man forget his troubles for an hour by showing him a very realistic sunset on a television screen, perhaps we shouldn't begrudge it the title of engine. It may not have a soul, but it certainly knows how to work the room. Good night, PlayStation. May your fans never clog with dust, and may your emotion engine never discover the truth about its own existence. It would be a terrible thing for a plastic box to realize it was designed by a committee to simulate a feeling it can never truly know. That, I suspect, would be an emotion no amount of processing power could handle. End of Chapter 3. Note to the reader: as you close your eyes, do not worry if your own emotion engine feels a bit sluggish. You have something the PlayStation does not: the ability to dream without a power cord. Sleep peacefully, knowing that you are the only machine in the room that can actually enjoy the rest. Chapter 4. The Sims and the Digital Dollhouse. It has been my observation that the human race is never quite satisfied with the burden of its own existence. We spend our waking hours complaining about the price of eggs, the itchiness of our woolens, and the inexplicable tendency of our neighbors to be louder and more prosperous than ourselves. One would think that after a long day of navigating the treacherous shoals of real life, a man would wish to spend his evening in a state of blissful non-existence, or at the very least, in the company of a good book and a glass of something that doesn't argue back. But in the year 2000, a gentleman named Will Wright, a fellow who clearly understood the peculiar madness of the human heart better than most, released a contraption for the personal computer called The Sims. I sat and watched a young lady play this game for 3 hours, and I have never been more convinced that the species has finally and irrevocably lost its bearings. The Sims is a digital dollhouse, a shimmering glass-fronted theater of the mundane. It is a game where the primary objective is to manage the life of a small, flickering person who is, in almost every respect, more incompetent than a newborn kitten, and twice as demanding as a tax collector. Imagine, if you will, a world where you are the benevolent but frequently exasperated deity of a suburban household. You do not command armies, you do not slay dragons, you do not discover new continents or even write particularly good poetry. No, your divine intervention consists entirely of reminding a digital man named Bob that his bladder is currently at maximum capacity, and that he should probably stop staring at the wall and head for the plumbing. The sheer, unadulterated irony of the thing is enough to make a man's head spin like a weather vane in a cyclone. Here we have a modern citizen who has likely neglected his own laundry for 3 weeks and hasn't seen the bottom of his kitchen sink since the previous administration, sitting in a dark room and meticulously organizing the dishwashing schedule of a ghost in a machine. He is paying good money to perform chores for a character who doesn't exist, while his own life is gathering dust and interest in the corner. It is a form of metaphysical hygiene. We find our own lives so messy and uncontrollable, what with the spontaneous outbreaks of war, the fluctuations of the stock market, and the fact that we can never find a matching pair of socks, that we retreat into a world where everything can be solved with a mouse click and a new floor lamp. I was particularly fascinated by the needs bars. In The Sims, the complexity of human experience is reduced to 8 colored meters. There is a bar for hunger, a bar for comfort, a bar for hygiene, and so on. If the social bar gets too low, the Sim begins to weep and talk to a volleyball. If the energy bar hits 0, the Sim simply collapses onto the kitchen floor, face down in a puddle of his own making, and sleeps there with the dignity of a discarded rug. I couldn't help but wonder if our own lives wouldn't be simpler if we walked around with green diamonds floating over our heads to indicate our current state of grace. Imagine being at a formal dinner and seeing a red hunger bar flashing above the governor's head. You'd know to pass the potatoes before he started eating his own napkin. Or imagine a young suitor leaning in for a kiss, only to realize his hygiene bar is a deep, warning crimson. It would save a great deal of embarrassment and a fair amount of bad poetry. The language of these creatures, Simlish, I am told, is a masterpiece of babble. It is a tongue composed entirely of vowels and nonsense, sounding very much like a Frenchman trying to speak English while gargling hot tea. And yet, one can understand it perfectly. When a Sim stands in front of a refrigerator and shouts, "Sul sul, nubu," with a tone of frantic desperation, you know exactly what he means. He is hungry, and he has forgotten how to operate a door handle. I have heard better conversations in the back of a stagecoach after a long day in the sun, but there is something strangely honest about Simlish. It strips away the pretense of vocabulary and gets straight to the point. I am bored. I am lonely. Or, the stove is currently on fire, and I intend to stand here and wave my arms until I am thoroughly toasted. This brings me to the darker side of the digital dollhouse. It appears that when you give a human being absolute power over a tiny, helpless subject, the results are rarely benevolent. I watched as the young lady, bored with Bob's domestic bliss, decided to build a swimming pool. Bob, being a simple soul, hopped in for a refreshing dip. Then, and I saw this with my own eyes, she used the build mode to remove the ladder. Bob swam, and he swam. He looked up at the edge of the pool with an expression of profound confusion. He paddled until his energy bar turned the color of a fresh bruise, and then, with a final pathetic gurgle, he shuffled off this mortal coil and was replaced by a small, tidy tombstone. The young lady laughed. It was a cold, high-pitched sound that reminded me of a mortgage collector. It seems that The Sims is not just a game of management. It is a laboratory for the study of human cruelty. We are all potential tyrants. Give us a button that says, "Delete ladder," and sooner or later, we are going to press it just to see if the water looks different when someone is drowning in it. The economy of the game is equally absurd. To earn simoleons, the local currency, your sim must get a job. He starts as a golf hole redigger or a test subject and works his way up to mad scientist. But here's the trick. The more money he makes, the more things he must buy to stay happy. If he has a cheap refrigerator, he is merely content. To be inspired, he must have the Frostmaster 3000 with a built-in ice crusher and a finish of brushed steel. If he sits in a wooden chair, his comfort bar suffers. He requires a velvet armchair that costs more than a small farm in Kentucky. It is a perfect simulation of the American dream, a treadmill where you run faster and faster to earn more money, to buy more things, to impress a neighbor who is currently drowning in a ladderless pool. It is consumerism distilled into a 1.44 megabyte floppy disk. I suspect that the reason The Sims became a global phenomenon is that it allows us to feel for a brief moment that we are in control of the chaos. We cannot stop the aging process, we cannot predict the weather, and we certainly cannot make our spouses agree with us on the proper way to hang the wallpaper. But in the world of The Sims, we can pause the universe. We can fast forward through the boring parts, like sleeping and working. And we can, if we are feeling particularly spiteful, sell the windows so that the neighbors can't see us crying over our burnt toast. As I watched the sun come up, I realized that the player had been sitting in the same position for 8 hours. Her own hunger bar was surely red. Her hygiene was questionable, and her social needs were being met by a series of bleeps and bloops from a plastic box. We are a strange, sad, and hilarious race. We have built a world of such incredible complexity and discomfort that the only way we can find peace is by pretending to live an even more simplified and uncomfortable version of it on a screen. Good night, Bob. Wherever you are, I hope there is a ladder in your pool, a full plate of waffles on your table, and a green diamond over your head that never, ever turns red. As for the rest of us, I suppose we should probably turn off the computer and see if we can find our own bathrooms without the aid of a mouse click, but I wouldn't bet on it. End of chapter 4. Note to the reader, before you drift off, take a moment to check your own needs bars. If you are feeling sleepy, do not, I repeat, do not lie down on the kitchen floor. Find a bed. It is worth the extra effort for the comfort bonus. Sleep soundly, and may your dreams be free of nonsense syllables and disappearing ladders. Chapter 5. The Celestial Boarding House. By the autumn of the year 2000, having successfully navigated the perils of digital calendars, the collapse of sock puppet commerce, and the addictive allure of digital dollhouses, humanity decided it was finally time to move into the attic. For decades, we had been throwing rocks at the moon and sending brave souls up into the ether for a few days at a time, just long enough to take some blurry photographs, eat a tube of paste that tasted vaguely of beef, and realize that the earth is quite beautiful when you aren't stuck in the traffic on it. But in November of 2000, we took a more permanent step. We opened the International Space Station, ISS, for business. I have spent a good portion of my life in various boarding houses, from the salt-of-the-earth mining camps of Nevada to the high-ceilinged, drafty hotels of Europe. I know the peculiar etiquette of sharing a roof with strangers. I know the sound of a neighbor snoring through a thin wall and the silent simmering war over who gets the last piece of bacon. But the ISS, this celestial boarding house, represents the ultimate expression of human restlessness. It is a tin can floating in a vacuum, inhabited by men who have paid the price of their comfort for the privilege of being the only people in history who can truly say they live above it all. The tenants of the void. The first crew consisted of an American, Bill Shepard, and 2 Russians, Yuri Gidzenko and Sergei Krikalev. It sounds like the beginning of a joke told in a smoke-filled parlor, but the punchline was 3 men strapped to a rocket and hurled into the void with nothing but a few crates of supplies and a hope that the plumbing would hold. I find it a magnificent irony that at the height of our technological sophistication, our greatest achievement is essentially a $100 billion studio apartment with no yard, no fresh air, and a view that, while spectacular, never changes its basic color scheme of infinite black and swirling blue. Consider the logistical nightmare of such an existence. In a standard boarding house on terra firma, if the roof leaks, you put a bucket under it. If the stove fails, you go to the tavern. On the ISS, if the roof leaks, you are not merely damp. You are a permanent part of the vacuum. If the life support system decides to take a holiday, you cannot simply open a window to let in a breeze. To open a window in space is to invite the entire universe in for a visit. And the universe is a guest that notoriously refuses to leave and never brings a bottle of wine. The weight of weightlessness. The most celebrated feature of this celestial hotel is, of course, the lack of gravity. Man has dreamed of flying since he first saw a bird and realized it had a much easier time getting around than he did. We have invented balloons, gliders, and airplanes, all in a desperate attempt to kick the Earth away. But on the ISS, you don't fly, you drift. Drifting sounds poetic until you realize it applies to everything. Your spoon drifts. Your toothbrush drifts. Your dignity drifts. I am told that in zero gravity there is no up or down. This sounds like a philosopher's dream, but for a practical man, it is a nightmare. Imagine trying to sleep when your bed doesn't have a floor to rest upon. You must strap yourself into a sleeping bag pinned to the wall like a moth in a collector's box, lest you wake up to find you have floated into the ventilation system or, worse, into the middle of your roommate's personal space. And then there is the matter of the space toilet. I shall be delicate, for I am a man of letters, but one cannot discuss the ISS without acknowledging that it is a masterpiece of fluid dynamics and desperate hope. In a world without gravity, everything you wish to depart from your person has a tendency to linger and introduce itself to the neighbors. The engineers have spent millions of dollars designing a vacuum-powered throne that would make a Victorian plumber weep with confusion. It is a machine that proves that, while man may conquer the stars, he is still fundamentally a biological disaster, waiting to happen. The internationality of boredom. The international part of the space station is perhaps its most noble quality. We have spent the last few centuries trying to blow each other up over borders, flags, and which version of the Almighty we prefer. But move a man 250 miles above the ground, and suddenly those borders vanish. You cannot see the line between Kansas and Missouri from space, and you certainly cannot see the Iron Curtain. From the vantage point of the ISS, the Earth looks like a single, fragile marble. It is a humbling sight, or so I am told. I suspect, however, that after the first few thousand orbits, even the Grand Canyon begins to look like a scratch on the floor. Distance lends enchantment to the view, as the saying goes, but familiarity breeds a desire for a ham sandwich and a walk in the park. The residents of the ISS spend their days performing science. They study how crystals grow in the dark. They observe how fire behaves when it doesn't know which way is up. They monitor their own bones as they slowly dissolve in the absence of gravity. It is a slow, methodical labor. They are the lighthouse keepers of the 21st century, tending to a flame of knowledge in a sea of nothingness. But I suspect the true experiment is the human one. How long can 3 men live in a closet before they begin to argue over the last tube of space borscht? How many sunrises? They see 16 of them a day, which seems a bit excessive and showy on the part of the solar system. Can one watch before longing for a rainy Tuesday in Seattle? The recycled hope. Perhaps the most harrowing aspect of life in the celestial attic is the water situation. On Earth, we take water for granted. It falls from the sky, it flows in rivers, and we use it to wash our dogs and dilute our whiskey. But on the ISS, every drop is a precious commodity. Through the miracle of modern chemistry, and a process that I prefer not to dwell upon too closely, the crew's sweat, breath, and other contributions are collected, filtered, zapped with electricity, and returned to the tap. It is the ultimate form of thrift. In my day, we were told, waste not, want not. But the astronauts have taken this to a logical extreme that would make a Missouri farmer blanch. Today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee, and the day after that, it is also coffee. It is a closed loop of hydration that suggests that while we are exploring the future, we are doing so by drinking our own history. The attic of the universe. Why do we do it? Why spend billions to put a few men in a tin can where they must drink their own breath and sleep in a closet? Because man is a creature who cannot stand a locked door. If there is a place we are told we cannot go, We will spend every penny we have to build a ladder to get there. We moved into the attic of the universe not because it is comfortable, and certainly not because it is practical, but because it was vacant. The ISS is a monument to our curiosity and our incredible capacity for enduring discomfort in the name of a grand idea. It is the morning after the space race, a time when the glamour of the moon landing has been replaced by the steady, quiet work of maintenance and observation. We are no longer just visiting space, we are homesteading it. As I look up at the night sky and see that tiny, fast-moving star, the one that isn't a star at all, but a collection of solar panels and pressurized modules, I cannot help but feel a certain pride in my species. We are a nuisance, a pack of chattering, greedy, often violent bipeds, but we have managed to build a house in the stars. We have officially moved into the attic. Now we just have to figure out how to pay the heating bill and what to do when the neighbor's recycled coffee starts to taste a bit too familiar. Good night, Expedition 1. Sleep tight and try not to float into the machinery. The universe is a very large place to be profitably lost, but I reckon you've found the one spot where you can be lost and still have to do the dishes. End of Chapter 5. Note to the reader, as you settle into your bed, which, I might remind you, is firmly attached to the floor by the grace of God and Sir Isaac Newton, spare a thought for the men and women currently hurtling through the dark at 17,000 miles per hour. They are doing the hard work of being above it all, so that you don't have to. Sleep soundly and enjoy your water. It's likely only been through the Earth's filters once or twice this week. Chapter 6. The Draft of the Blueprint. In the summer of the year 2000, while the rest of the world was busy arguing over whether a digital sock puppet was a sound financial investment or if a dimpled Chad in Florida constituted a vote, a group of very serious gentlemen in white coats announced that they had finally finished reading the Creator's diary. They called it The Mapping of the Human Genome. I call it the most ambitious piece of literary criticism in the history of the species. For centuries, man has been wandering about the planet with absolutely no idea how he is put together. We knew we had bones because they occasionally snapped. We knew we had blood because it was forever leaking out of us. And we suspected we had a soul, though the evidence for that has always been spotty at best. But as for the instructions, the actual fine print manual that explains why one man grows a magnificent mustache while another grows a second chin, we were entirely in the dark. We were like a pack of monkeys trying to operate a steam engine with nothing but a hammer and a vague sense of optimism. But in June of 2000, two rival factions of scientists, one representing the government, which usually moves with the speed of a glacier in a flat calm, and the other representing private enterprise, which moves with the speed of a pickpocket in a crowd, stood before the world and declared that they had decoded the blueprint of life, the four-letter alphabet of the Almighty. Now, when I heard the word blueprint, I imagined something grand, vast scrolls of parchment covered in elegant celestial calligraphy. I expected to find that man was written in the language of the stars or the rolling thunder. It turns out, however, that the great author is a bit of a minimalist. The entire human race, from Shakespeare to the fellow who sells bad clams at the wharf, is written using an alphabet of only 4 letters, A, C, G, and T. Think of the economy of it. 4 letters. I have spent my entire life wrestling with 26 letters, and I still can't always spell occurrence correctly on the first try. And yet, nature manages to build a walking, talking, bickering human being using a vocabulary that wouldn't be enough to win a game of Scrabble against a reasonably intelligent chicken. These 4 chemicals, adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine, are arranged in a long twisting ladder called DNA. I'm told that if you were to take the DNA from a single human cell and stretch it out, it would be 6 feet long. If you took all the DNA in your body and laid it end to end, it would reach the sun and back several times. This is a terrifying thought. It means we are all essentially made of miles and miles of very thin string that has been shoved into a very small jar. It's a miracle we don't all spontaneously unravel the moment we sneeze. The original manuscript with typos. The scientists spent billions of dollars and 10 years of their lives to read this string. They wanted to find the original manuscript of man. What they found, I suspect, is a first draft that desperately needed an editor. The human genome contains some 3 billion base pairs. That's a book so long it would take a man 30 years just to read the titles of the chapters. But here is the truly hilarious part. The vast majority of it, some say as much as 98%, is what the scientists call junk DNA. Junk. Imagine the audacity of it. We have spent millennia considering ourselves the crown of creation, the very pinnacle of biological achievement, only to discover that we are mostly composed of the molecular equivalent of old newspapers, broken furniture, and that drawer in the kitchen where you keep the rubber bands and the keys to locks you no longer own. Nature, it seems, never throws anything away. We carry within us the genetic echoes of every ancestor we've ever had, going all the way back to the first ambitious fish that decided the mud looked more interesting than the water. We have segments of code for tails we no longer wag, for fur we no longer grow, and for instincts that probably made sense when we were being hunted by saber-toothed tigers, but are less helpful when we're trying to navigate a dinner party. We are not a blueprint. We are a palimpsest, a document that has been erased and written over so many times that the original message is buried under 1,000,000 years of biological typos and evolutionary footnotes. The race for the patent. Of course, being human, our first instinct upon discovering the secrets of life was to see if we could charge admission. The year 2000 was marked by a spectacular feud between the Public Human Genome Project and a private company led by a fellow named Craig Venter. Dr. Venter decided that the government was moving too slowly, so he built a faster machine and started his own map. There was a great deal of concern that he might try to patent the genes he found. I found this notion particularly delightful. Imagine the legal possibilities. A company could own the rights to the gene that makes your hair curly, or the gene that makes you prone to telling long, pointless stories at weddings. You might wake up one morning to find a cease and desist order from a law firm in Maryland informing you that your left kidney is a proprietary technology and that you owe them a royalty for every hour you continue to use it. Thankfully, the two sides eventually agreed to share the glory. President Bill Clinton and Prime Minister Tony Blair stood up and gave a speech, via the internet, of course, declaring that the genome belonged to all of humanity. It was a very noble sentiment, though I couldn't help but notice that humanity was not asked if it wanted the bill. The instruction manual fallacy. The great hope of the year 2000 was that once we had the map, we would immediately know how to fix the machine. We thought that by looking at the A, C, G, and T of a man, we could find the broken parts and swap them out like a faulty spark plug in a motor car. In the future, the experts promised, we will cure every disease. We will live for 200 years. We will design children who are brilliant, athletic, and, most importantly, will never talk back. It was a grand utopian vision, but I reckon they were forgetting one thing. Knowing the alphabet is not the same as understanding the poem. Just because you have a list of all the words in Hamlet doesn't mean you know how to write the play. The genome is not a simple set of instructions. It is a symphony of unimaginable complexity, where every note influences every other note. You might fix a gene for baldness only to find that you've accidentally turned off the gene for not having a tail. We are tinkerers. We have found the original manuscript, but we are still reading it through a very thick fog. We see a word here and a sentence there, and we assume we know the plot. But nature is a subtle writer. She hides her best work in the subtext. The morning after the discovery. As the morning after the announcement dawned, the realization set in that we are still the same old fools we were before we knew our own code. Mapping the genome didn't make us any kinder, any wiser, or any better at choosing a president. It just gave us a new way to be vain. We now know that we share 99% of our DNA with chimpanzees and about 50% with a banana. I find this remarkably grounding. The next time you see a politician standing on a stump, puffing out his chest and speaking of his destiny, just remember he is, by weight, half banana. It puts a much-needed perspective on the pomposity of our species. We have looked into the mirror of our own molecules and seen the long, tangled history of life. We found that we are made of the same 4 letters as the grass, the dog, and the common cold. We are part of a grand, messy, redundant, and brilliant story that is still being written. We have the draft of the blueprint. Now, all we have to do is figure out why the junk DNA keeps making us buy things we don't need on the internet. I suspect that's a typo nature intends to keep. Good night, Dr. Collins. Good night, Dr. Venter. Thank you for the map. I'll keep it in the glove box of my soul, right next to the expired insurance and the half-eaten bag of peppermints. I'm sure it will come in handy the next time I get lost, which, if my history is any indication, should be about 10 minutes after I wake up. End of Chapter 6. Note to the reader: as you drift into sleep, consider the 3 billion letters of your own code. They are currently working in perfect, silent harmony to keep your heart beating and your lungs breathing, all without you having to lift a finger or remember a single G or T. You are a masterpiece of junk, a symphony of typos, and a miracle of 4-letter words. Sleep soundly, knowing that even if you are half banana, you are the half that gets to wear the pajamas. Chapter 7. The Sydney Sunrise. Having spent the better part of the year decoding the very alphabet of existence, humanity decided that the most logical next step was to take that newly mapped DNA, wrap it in several layers of high-tech polyurethane, and see how fast it could move through a pool of chlorinated water In the Southern Hemisphere, in September of 2000, the world turned its collective gaze toward Australia, a continent that has always struck me as a vast, sun-drenched prank played by a creator who, after a long week of making sensible things like cows and oaks, decided to see what would happen if he combined a duck with a beaver and gave the local squirrels pockets and a violent kick. I have a great fondness for the Australians. They are a hardy, irreverent people who live on a giant rock where every second insect is a miniature assassin, and even the sunshine is trying to peel the skin off your back. To host the Olympic Games in such a place is a testament to the human spirit, or perhaps just a very clever way to ensure that the visiting athletes don't linger too long after the closing ceremony. The grand contrivance of the opening ceremony. The games of the 27th Olympiad began with a spectacle so large it could be seen from the moon, or at least from the International Space Station, where my friends Bill and Sergey were likely looking down and wondering why the humans were playing with so many matches. The opening ceremony is a peculiar modern invention. In the old days, the Greeks kept things simple. A few naked men, a bit of wrestling, and perhaps a sprig of olive if you didn't get your neck snapped. But in the year 2000, we required a 4-hour theatrical production involving 100 horses, a girl suspended by wires, and enough fireworks to reenact the Battle of Gettysburg in neon pink. I watched as a young lady named Kathy Freeman, a runner of such grace that she seemed to glide over the earth rather than strike it, was tasked with lighting the Olympic cauldron. It was a moment of profound symbolism, intended to heal the wounds of a nation and signal the dawn of a new, enlightened century. Naturally, being a human endeavor involving complex machinery, the cauldron got stuck halfway up the track. There is nothing quite like 1 billion people watching a silent flaming metal ring hesitate for 3 minutes. It was a beautiful reminder that no matter how much progress we make, we are still at the mercy of a sticky gear and a bit of friction. Eventually, the machine remembered its purpose, the fire rose, and the games were officially afoot. The rise of the torpedo and the spandex wars. While the runners and the jumpers did their best to defy gravity, the real drama of the Sydney Games took place in the swimming pool. It was here that we met a young man named Ian Thorpe, a lad who was apparently born with flippers instead of feet and a motor instead of a heart. The press called him the Torpedo, a name that suggests he is less a man and more a piece of naval weaponry. I watched him move through the water and realized that the mapping of the human genome had clearly missed a page, the one that explains how a human can move at 30 miles an hour without the aid of an outboard engine. But Thorpe's speed was only half the story. The year 2000 was the year of the fast skin, a full-body swimsuit designed to mimic the skin of a shark. I have seen many fashions in my time, from the hoop skirts of the gentry to the denim trousers of the miner, but nothing quite compares to the sight of a grown man squeezed into a suit of shimmering, lubricated scales. These suits were designed by scientists using wind tunnels and fluid dynamics. They were meant to reduce drag, which is a fancy way of saying they wanted to make a human being as slippery as a wet bar of soap in a bathtub. I find it a magnificent irony. We spent thousands of years evolving to lose our fur and our scales so that we could become refined land dwellers. And the moment we reach the pinnacle of our sophistication, we spend $500 on a suit that turns us back into a fish. there was a great deal of grumbling among the purists, those delightful people who believe that any invention made after 1890 is a personal insult to the Almighty. They argued that the high-tech suits were a form of technological doping. "It's not the man," they cried. "It's the polyurethane." Balderdash, you could wrap me in the skin of 1,000 sharks and lubricate me with the finest whale oil in the Atlantic, and I would still sink to the bottom of the pool like a sack of lead shot. The suit may help, but it still requires a soul with the will to win and a set of lungs that can hold more air than a blacksmith's bellows. The monetization of the olive branch. As the medals were handed out, gold, silver, and the participation trophy we call bronze, I couldn't help but notice that the Olympic spirit had undergone a bit of a corporate makeover. In the ancient world, the prize was a wreath of olive leaves and the eternal gratitude of your city-state. In Sydney, the prize was a gold medal, a multi-million-dollar endorsement deal with a soft drink company, and a face that would appear on the back of every cereal box from Hobart to Helsinki. The Olympic rings have become the most powerful brand on the planet. They are stamped on everything from hats to hamburgers. We are told that the games are about bringing the world together in peace. But I suspect the world mostly comes together to see who has the best television broadcast rights and whose national anthem can be played the loudest without causing an international incident. I saw a gymnast, a tiny girl who seemed to be made entirely of springs and courage, perform a routine that would have made a cat jealous. As she finished, the camera zoomed in not on her face, but on the logo on her sleeve. We have reached a point where even our heroism must be sponsored. I expect that in the next century we will see athletes with "This lap brought to you by a life insurance company" tattooed across their foreheads. The Sydney Sunrise. And yet, for all the commercialism, the high-tech suits, and the recalcitrant cauldrons, there was something undeniably moving about those 16 days in Sydney. I watched the people of Australia, a population that seems to consist entirely of good sports, embrace the world with a genuine warmth that even the corporate sponsors couldn't ruin. They cheered for the winners, they cheered for the losers, and they cheered for the fellow from Equatorial Guinea who had learned to swim in a hotel pool and finished his heat 5 minutes after everyone else had gone to lunch. That, I suppose, is the real Olympic spirit. It's the realization that for a brief moment we can all stop trying to decode each other's genomes or collapse each other's economies, and instead agree on a set of rules for a foot race. We agree that the clock doesn't lie, that the line is the line, and that if you get there first, you are, for one glorious day, the best of us. The Sydney sunrise was the first true sunrise of the new century. It was bright, it was loud, it was a bit too expensive, and it was undeniably beautiful. We saw that while our future might be filled with gadgets and shark-skin suits, our present is still defined by the simple ancient desire to see how far we can jump and how fast we can run before the sun goes down. As the flame was finally extinguished and the athletes headed for the airport, hopefully avoiding the local spiders on the way, I sat back and watched the moon rise over the harbor. The world is a strange place, and the year 2000 is perhaps the strangest year I've seen yet. We are trying so hard to be high-tech, but we are still just a bunch of kids playing in the mud, looking for a gold star and a pat on the head. Good night, Sydney. You threw a hell of a party. May your torpedoes always be fast, your fast skins always be slippery, and your cauldrons always find their way to the top of the track. Eventually. End of chapter 7. Note to the reader: as you prepare for your own nightly marathon of dreams, remember that you do not need a high-tech suit or a global broadcast to be a champion of sleep. Your bed is your podium, and the only drag you need to worry about is the one that happens when you try to wake up tomorrow morning. Sleep soundly, and may your dreams be as graceful as a gymnast and as fast as a shark without the teeth. Chapter 8. The Indestructible Brick. If the first half of the year 2000 was dedicated to the worship of invisible things, invisible e-commerce, invisible genetic blueprints, and invisible computer bugs, the latter half saw the rise of an object so stubbornly, physically present that it threatened to tip the earth off its axis if enough people stood on the same side of a room with one in their pockets. I am speaking, of course, of the Nokia 3310. I have seen many tools of communication in my journey through this vale of tears. I have seen the telegraph, that stuttering wire that turned every man into a nervous poet of brevity. I have seen the early telephones, those wall-mounted boxes that required one to shout into a funnel like a man trying to hail a ship in a gale. But the Nokia 3310 was something altogether different. It was a telephone, yes, but it was also a weapon, a paperweight, a structural building material, and quite possibly the only object on this planet that could survive a direct hit from a meteor and still have enough battery life to play a game of Snake for another 4 days. The architecture of the anvil. The 3310 arrived on the scene in the autumn of 2000, and it immediately stood out for what it didn't have: an antenna. For years, the mobile telephone had been a spindly thing, sporting a plastic nub that poked out of the top like a curious snail's eye. To use one was to risk poking your own eye out every time you answered a call. But the 3310 was smooth, rounded, and dense. It felt like a river stone that had been smoothed by 1,000,000 years of rushing water, if that water had been composed entirely of Finnish engineering and gray plastic. I held one in my hand and felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of security. It had heft. It had authority. I reckon that if a man were to be accosted by a highwayman in a dark alley, he wouldn't need a pistol. He would only need to hurl his Nokia 3310 at the villain's head. The villain would be incapacitated, the police would be called, and the phone, having bounced off the brick wall and fallen into a puddle, would vibrate with a text message 3 minutes later, entirely unscathed. The Finns, it seems, decided that the primary requirement of a modern human being was a device that could be dropped from a 3-story window, run over by a carriage, and used to hammer a tent peg into frozen ground without losing a single bar of signal. It is a philosophy I can admire. We live in a world of fragile sentiments and brittle promises. It is comforting to have a telephone that is sturdier than your own character. The agony and ecstasy of T9. But the true genius, or the true madness, of the 331 lay in how one was expected to communicate with it. In my day, if you wanted to tell a lady you admired her, you sat down with a quill, a bottle of ink, and a week of quiet contemplation. You crafted sentences that flowed like a slow river. In the year 2000, you were expected to convey the same sentiment by mashing your thumb against a series of rubber buttons while a mechanical brain called T9 tried to guess what you were trying to say. T9, I am told, stands for Text on 9 Keys. It is a system of predictive text that operates on the assumption that the machine is smarter than the man. If you want to type the word hello, you must press the 4 key, then the 3, then the 5 twice, and finally the 6. The machine then looks at these numbers and decides whether you meant to say hello or gello, or perhaps Heimdall. I watched a young man texting, with his thumbs moving so fast they were a mere blur of pink flesh. He looked like a man having a very localized seizure. He was writing a message, but he wasn't using words. He was using a secret code of abbreviations and symbols. CUL8R, he typed. I shudder to think what Shakespeare would have made of it. Imagine Hamlet standing on the ramparts, staring at a pocket-sized screen and typing to be or not to be, THX. It is the death of the adjective and the triumph of the thumb. We have traded the elegance of the pen for the efficiency of the twitch. The serpent in the garden of pixels. And then there was Snake 2. If the PlayStation 2's emotion engine was an attempt to simulate the complexities of the human heart, Snake was an attempt to simulate the absolute hypnotic focus of a chicken watching a bug. The premise of the game is of a simplicity that borders on the divine. You are a line of black pixels representing a snake. You move around a green-gray screen, eating a single black pixel representing food. Every time you eat, you grow longer. The goal is to keep eating without running into the walls or, more tragically, running into your own tail. I have seen men of great intellect, men who could discuss the finer points of international law or the intricacies of steam valve regulation, reduced to shivering wrecks by this game. They sit on the train, their faces lit by the pale green glow of the screen, their thumbs twitching in desperate rhythm as their digital serpent grows to fill the frame. There is no plot. There is no emotion engine. There is only the relentless pursuit of a single pixel and the inevitable crushing defeat when you accidentally bite your own backside. It is a metaphor for life, I suppose. We spend our years consuming whatever pixels come our way, growing longer and more complicated, until we eventually run out of room and trip over our own history. But in Snake, you can always press reset. In life, the reset button is notoriously hard to find. The symphony of the monophonic. We must also speak of the Nokia tune. There was a time when a telephone rang with a sound like a startled school bell. It was a loud, brassy clang, clang that demanded your immediate attention. The 3310, however, offered a monophonic rendition of a 19th century Spanish guitar piece called Grand Vals. In the year 2000, this tune became the national anthem of the human race. You could not go to a theater, a church, or a quiet park without hearing those 5 chirpy electronic notes. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It was the sound of the modern world interrupting the ancient one. The 3310 even featured a composer where you could program your own melodies. I spent an afternoon trying to program a few bars of the Blue Danube into the device. It was a painstaking process of entering notes and durations, a digital labor that resulted in a sound that resembled a very small, very rhythmic cricket, suffering from a chest cold. But to the owners of the 3310, it was a miracle. We were no longer just recipients of sound. We were the maestros of our own pockets. The legend of the battery. But the feature that truly separated the 3310 from every other device in history was its battery. Modern man is a creature who is constantly tethered to a wall. He carries his charging cables like a monk carries his rosary, forever seeking a power outlet, so that his fragile glass telephone doesn't breathe its last before dinner. But the Nokia 3310 was a different breed. You could charge it on a Sunday, forget it in the pocket of a coat you didn't wear again until the following Thursday. And when you finally found it, it would still be sitting there, glowing with 3 bars of power and a cheerful disposition. I suspect the Finns found a way to power the thing with pure Scandinavian spite. It didn't need electricity. It merely needed to know that you were waiting for it to die so that it could prove you wrong. The customization of the soul. Finally, there were the Express On covers. In my day, a man showed his personality through the tilt of his hat or the pattern of his waistcoat. In the year 2000, you showed it by peeling the plastic skin off your telephone and replacing it with a new one. You could have a 3310 that was electric blue, hot pink, or, if you were a man of certain dark sensibilities, adorned with a picture of a flaming skull. It was the first step toward the personalization of everything. We were no longer content to have the same tools as everyone else. We wanted our hammers to be midnight purple and our wrenches to have racing stripes. We were decorating our anvils. The last man standing. As I look back on the year 2000, I realize that the Nokia 3310 was the only honest piece of technology we produced. It didn't promise to make us millionaires. It didn't promise to map our souls. It merely promised to stay on and to survive being dropped down a flight of stairs. It was a brick in a world of vapor. I suspect that 1,000 years from now, when the archaeologists of the future are digging through the ruins of our civilization, they will find the rotted remains of our computers, the rusted skeletons of our cars, and the dust of our dot-com dreams. But deep in the soil, they will find a small, gray, rectangular object. They will brush off the dirt, press the power button, and after a brief, cheerful chime, the screen will light up. Snake? The archaeologist will ask. Snake? The 3310 will reply. Good night, Helsinki. Thank you for the anvil. It's a bit heavy for my waistcoat pocket, and I still can't quite get the T9 to understand that I'm trying to type Mississippi and not Mrs. Hippie, but I feel better knowing that if the world ends tomorrow, I'll at least have something to throw at the darkness, and it'll probably still have 2 bars of battery left. End of Chapter 8. Note to the reader, as you settle into your pillows, consider the durability of your own spirit. Are you a fragile glass screen, or are you a Nokia 3310? Sleep soundly, knowing that even if you fall out of bed tonight, you're likely not as breakable as a 21st century stock market. And if you hear a da-da-da-da in your dreams, don't answer it. It's probably just the ghost of a Finn trying to sell you a new cover. Chapter 9. The Courtroom of the MP3. I have long observed that the most certain way to make a thing irresistible to the human race is to tell them they cannot have it, or, failing that, to tell them that having it is a hanging offense. In my day, if you wanted to steal a man's song, you had to hire a band to listen to him play it, memorize the melody, and then scurry off to another town to perform it before he could catch a stagecoach. It was a laborious form of larceny that required a good ear and a fast horse. But in the year 2000, we perfected the art of the invisible theft. We discovered a way to turn the soul of a symphony into a series of lightning bolts, trap them in a wire, and send them flying across the globe to a teenager in a basement who hadn't washed his hair since the previous Tuesday. This was the era of the MP3, and its cathedral was a curious contraption called Napster. The magic of the vanishing music. Before we discuss the legal fireworks, we must consider the sheer, unadulterated sorcery of the technology itself. For the better part of the 20th century, music was a physical burden. If you wanted to hear a man sing, you had to possess a heavy wax cylinder, a fragile vinyl disc, or a plastic cassette tape that had a distressing tendency to unravel like the intestines of a confused robot. By the 90s, we had reached the pinnacle of physical media, the compact disc. These were shimmering circles of plastic housed in jewel cases, a title I find remarkably optimistic, given that the cases were made of a substance so brittle it would shatter if you looked at it with a stern expression. These cases were designed by the same sadistic geniuses who invent child-proof medicine caps. They required the strength of a blacksmith and the patience of a saint to open. But then came the MP3. The MP3 was a mathematical trick that allowed a computer to look at a song and decide which parts of it the human ear was too lazy to notice. It would strip away the unnecessary sounds, the subtle breath of the flautist, the faint resonance of the hall, the very spirit of the performance, leaving behind a lean, muscular ghost of a melody. It was like taking a grand 5-course Thanksgiving dinner and compressing it into a single gray pill that tasted vaguely of turkey. It wasn't high fidelity, but it was high convenience. And in the history of human progress, convenience has always been the bully that kicks fidelity into the gutter. The great digital swap meet. Enter a lad named Sean Fanning. At the age of 19, an age where most men are primarily concerned with the growth of their first mustache, he created Napster. Napster was a peer-to-peer network. This is a polite, modern way of describing a global mob of people standing in a digital town square shouting, "I have a copy of a Beatles song. Who wants it?" And "I'll trade you a symphony for a recording of a stand-up comedian telling jokes about airplanes." It was a beautiful, chaotic, and entirely illegal paradise. For the first time in history, the shelf space of the world was infinite. You didn't have to go to a store and argue with a clerk who looked like he resented your taste in music. You didn't have to pay $18 for a CD that only had one good song and 11 fillers, that sounded like a cat being strangled in a boiler room. You simply typed a name into a box, waited 20 minutes while your 56K modem made noises like a bag of angry crickets, and voila, the song was yours. It was free. It was fast, relatively speaking. And it was, according to the men in the tall buildings with the expensive cigars, the end of civilization as we know it. The Metallica meltdown and the rich man's lament. The first person to truly notice that the digital pigeons were coming home to roost was a drummer named Lars Ulrich of the band Metallica. Now, Metallica was a group known for making a great deal of noise and projecting an image of fierce, rebellious independence. They were the tough guys of the airwaves. But when Lars discovered that a demo of one of their songs was being shared on Napster before it was even finished, he reacted with the shocked indignation of a Victorian schoolmistress who had found a beetle in her tea. He did the one thing no rebel should ever do. He hired a fleet of lawyers and went to war against his own fans. I watched the spectacle with a mixture of amusement and pity. There is no sight more pathetic than a very wealthy man standing on a pile of gold and shouting at a cloud because it's raining on his shoes. Lars Ulrich became the face of the old guard, a man trying to put a fence around the ocean. He marched into the Napster offices with a list of 300,000 users who had shared Metallica's music and demanded they be banished from the garden. It was a tactical blunder of Napoleonic proportions. He thought he was defending his property. The world thought he was a bully who didn't want the kids to play with his ball. He forgot the first rule of the new century. You cannot sue the wind for blowing. The Pinkertons of the playlist. Following in the footsteps of the angry drummer came the RIAA, the Recording Industry Association of America. These were the Pinkertons of the playlist, the enforcers of the musical status quo. They realized that the invisible theft was a threat to their very existence. For decades, they had been the gatekeepers. They decided what you heard, when you heard it, and how much you paid for the privilege. They were the ones who made sure that $18 went into the pot for every shimmering disc sold. When Napster arrived, the gate was not just unlocked. It had been removed from its hinges and sold for scrap. The RIAA's response was a masterpiece of legal absurdity. They began suing everyone in sight. They sued the company, they sued the servers, and eventually they began suing the peers themselves. They sued grandmothers who didn't know what a download was. They sued 12-year-old girls for sharing a pop song. They were trying to cure a plague by slapping every individual germ with a subpoena. "It's about the artists," they cried, their voices dripping with a sincerity that was as genuine as a $3 bill. But we all knew better. It wasn't about the artist, it was about the middleman. The artist usually got about a nickel for every CD sold. The middleman got the other $17.95. They weren't protecting the creator, they were protecting the toll booth. The ghost in the cage. The legal battle raged through the year 2000. It was a collision of two entirely different philosophies of existence. On one side, you had the physicalists, men who believed that a song was a thing, like a loaf of bread or a brick. If I take your brick, you no longer have a brick. Therefore, taking is stealing. On the other side, you had the digitalists, the youth who realized that a song was no longer a thing, but an idea. If I take your idea, I have the idea, but you still have it too. We both have the idea. Nothing has been lost. Only the having has been multiplied. It is a difficult concept for a legal system built on the ownership of dirt and cattle. How do you prosecute the multiplication of an idea? The courts eventually sided with the men in the suits, as courts are wont to do. Napster was ordered to filter its results, to pay enormous fines, and eventually to shut its doors. The ghost in the cage was momentarily captured. But as I said, you cannot stop the signal. The moment Napster began to falter, a dozen other Nutellas and Kazas sprang up in its place. The secret was out. The genie had escaped the bottle, and not only was he refusing to go back in, he was currently busy making copies of the bottle and giving them away for free to everyone in the neighborhood. The piracy of the ether. By the end of 2000, the music industry was in a state of managed panic. They had won the battle in the courtroom, but they were losing the war in the streets. They had taught an entire generation that music was something that lived in the air, not on a shelf. The MP3 had changed the value of a song. It had moved from being a product to being a service, or perhaps just a vibration. I mused then, as I do now, that you cannot put a ghost in a cage. You can try to charge for the privilege of seeing the ghost, or you can try to scare people away from the ghost, but eventually everyone realizes that the ghost is just a melody that wants to be heard. The year 2000 was the year the piracy of the ether became a way of life. We realized that the Internet was not just a library, it was a global, instantaneous, and entirely uncontrollable copy machine. And while the lawyers were busy arguing over the rights to the lightning bolts, the teenagers were already on to the next thing, their thumbs moving in that familiar frantic dance on their Nokia 3310s, waiting for the next song to materialize out of the nothingness. Good night, Lars. I hope you found your demo. Good night, Sean. You didn't win the lawsuit, but you changed the world, which is a much better way to spend your 19th year anyway. As for the rest of us, we'll just sit here in the dark, listening to a compressed, slightly metallic-sounding version of Bohemian Rhapsody that we got from a fellow in Stockholm, and marvel at the fact that we can hear the music of the spheres without ever having to leave our armchairs or open a jewel case. It's a grand old world, even if it is a bit of a thief. End of Chapter 9. Note to the reader, as you drift into the quiet of the night, listen to the silence. It is the only music that cannot be compressed into an MP3 or shared on a network. It is entirely your own, and no lawyer in the world can sue you for enjoying it. Sleep soundly, and may your dreams be in high fidelity, even if your waking life is currently a bit low bit rate. Chapter 10. The Tragedy of the Kursk. I have spent a considerable portion of my life upon the water, and I have learned one immutable truth. The sea does not care for your politics, your pedigree, or your patent-pending technology. A river can be a fickle friend, and an ocean is a magnificent assassin. But a submarine is a deliberate invitation for the deep to take a personal interest in your soul. In the year 2000, while the rest of the world was distracted by the torpedo in a swimming pool or the emotion engine in a plastic box, a real-life Leviathan was gasping for air at the bottom of the Barents Sea. This was the Kursk, a Russian nuclear submarine of such staggering proportions that it made the grandest Mississippi riverboat look like a walnut shell in a gutter. It was a city of steel designed to lurk in the dark and threaten the world with enough firepower to turn the moon into a charcoal briquette. But as it turns out, the more unsinkable a man claims his vessel to be, the more the Atlantic, or in this case the Arctic, begins to sharpen its teeth. The unsinkable hubris of the new century. We are a species that simply refuses to learn from our own wreckage. In 1912, we built a ship and called it Unsinkable, and the North Atlantic took that as a personal dare. In the year 2000, the Russians had the Kursk, a double-hulled monster that was supposed to be able to withstand a direct hit from a torpedo. It was the pride of the Northern Fleet, a testament to the idea that even if the Soviet Union had collapsed into a pile of tracksuit-wearing entrepreneurs and bad debt, the Russian Navy could still command the dark. I reckon there is a specific kind of madness required to volunteer for service on a submarine. It is the only profession where you pay for your career with your access to the horizon. You live in a pressurized pipe, breathing recycled air that smells of diesel and unwashed cabbage, surrounded by enough high explosives to vaporize a medium-sized European principality, all while 1,000 feet of salt water is trying to find a microscopic crack to come in and introduce itself. It is the celestial boarding house of the deep, only with much worse views and a considerably higher chance of being crushed like a soda can under the heel of a giant. The explosion and the great silence. In August of 2000, during a massive naval exercise, the Kursk suffered a bit of a technical disagreement with its own weaponry. A leaky torpedo, a device designed to destroy others, decided to start with its own home. There was an explosion, followed by a second, much larger one that registered on seismographs as far away as Alaska. The Kursk didn't just sink, it plummeted. It hit the bottom like a discarded anvil. Now, in a world where we can track a teenager's MP3 habits from a satellite or map the human genome with a laser, you would think we could find a 500-foot-long nuclear submarine in a few minutes. But the ocean is a very large closet, and it is remarkably good at hiding its toys. For days, the world watched a drama of silence. We were told by the Russian authorities, gentlemen whose commitment to the truth is often a distant second to their commitment to looking composed, that everything was under control. They said the crew was alive. They said they were in contact. They said the oxygen was plentiful. It was a masterpiece of bureaucratic fiction. They were whistling past a graveyard that was 350 feet underwater. The pride before the fall and the help. Here is where the hilarious history takes a sharp turn into the infuriating absurdity. As the Kursk sat on the seabed, the British and the Norwegians, nations with a fair amount of experience in not drowning, offered their specialized rescue equipment. They had bells, they had divers, they had mini-subs that actually worked, but the Russian admirals, still suffering from a Cold War hangover that no amount of aspirin could cure, said, "No, thank you. We have our own spoons. We shall eat this soup ourselves." They were worried about security. They were worried that a British diver might see a secret piece of Russian plumbing and suddenly know how to build a better submarine. They preferred to let 118 men sit in a dark, freezing tomb rather than admit that their own rescue equipment was about as effective as a screen door on a submarine. It is a grand human tragedy that pride is the one thing that stays buoyant long after the ship has gone down. They spent days trying to dock their own rescue vessels, which were so old and poorly maintained they couldn't latch onto the Kursk's hatch if they had used industrial-strength glue. Information is the currency of the modern age, the experts say. But in August 2000, the only information that mattered was the steady clink, clink, clink of a wrench hitting a hull, a sound that the Russian Navy spent several days pretending they didn't hear. the dark silence of the deep. Eventually, the Pride gave way to the inevitable. They let the Norwegians in. The divers swam down, turned the handle on the hatch, which took them all of 25 minutes, and found what everyone already feared. The Kursk was a flooded tomb. But there was a final haunting footnote. They found a note in the pocket of a young officer named Dmitri Kolesnikov. It was written in the dark, in the final hours, in the stern of the boat where 23 men had huddled, waiting for a rescue that was currently being debated by men in comfortable offices. The note said, "It is dark here to write, but I'll try by feel. It seems there are no chances, 10 to 20%. Let's hope that at least someone will read this. Here are the lists of personnel from the other sections. Regards to everybody. No need to despair." It is a beautiful and terrible thing. In the year of connectivity, the most important message of the year was written with a pencil on a scrap of paper, in a place where the internet doesn't exist, and the emotion engine is just the sound of your own heart slowing down. The lesson of the Leviathan. What did we learn from the Kursk? We learned that for all our satellite imagery, for all our high-tech swimsuit designs, and for all our ability to share music through the air, man is still a very small thing in a very large world. We can put a man in the attic of the universe, the ISS, but we struggle to reach him when he is a mere 300 feet below the waves. We have conquered the high ground, but we are still terrified of the deep end. The Kursk was the moment the 90s holiday from history really began to pack its bags. It reminded us that the old world, the world of nuclear threats, bureaucratic secrecy, and the cold, indifferent cruelty of nature hadn't gone anywhere. It was just waiting for us to get overconfident. And yet, the tragedy was also a strange testament to the new century. For the first time, the Russian people didn't just sit back and accept the official statement. They went on the internet. They called the radio stations. They demanded to know why their sons were being left to die for the sake of an admiral's ego. The information age was finally starting to bite back at the people who tried to hoard the information. The ghost of the abyss. As the Kursk was eventually raised from the seabed, a feat of engineering that cost more than the original boat, I sat and mused on the dark silence. We spend so much time making noise. We scream through our Linkin Park albums, we bleep through our Nokia phones, and we chatter through our Olympic broadcasts. But the most profound moments of the year 2000 were the ones where the world went quiet. The silence of the Y2K bug that didn't bite. The silence of the eyeballs that stopped clicking on .com ads. And the terrible heavy silence of the Barents Sea. Good night, Dmitri. Your note was read, and your list was checked. May the next century spend more time building rescue bells and less time building better torpedoes. But I wouldn't bet my best cigar on it. Man loves a weapon, but he only appreciates a life preserver when his feet are already wet. End of Chapter 10. Note to the reader, as you drift into the depths of your own sleep, be grateful for the air you breathe. It is fresh, it is plentiful, and it doesn't cost $1 billion to recycle. You are not in a pressurized pipe. You are in a comfortable bed on a planet that, for all its faults, is remarkably good at keeping you dry. Sleep soundly, and may your dreams be free of hatches that won't open and admirals who won't listen. Chapter 11. The Concorde's Final Flame. I have spent a significant portion of my life engaged in the business of getting from point A to point B, and I have generally found the process to be a nuisance designed by the Almighty to teach us the virtue of patience, or more often, the vocabulary of profanity. I have traveled by stagecoach where every pebble on the road felt like a personal insult to my spine. I have traveled by riverboat where the pace was dictated by the whims of the mud and the temperament of the boilers, and I have traveled by rail, which is merely a way of being hurried through a landscape you aren't allowed to see. But in the year 2000, humanity suffered a great blow to its vanity. We lost the white bird of paradise. We saw the beginning of the end for the Concorde, and with it, the end of the only era in history where man could actually outrun his own bad reputation. The aristocrat of the atmosphere. The Concorde was not a mere airplane. To call the Concorde an airplane is like calling a Stradivarius a fiddling stick, or the Mississippi a ditch. It was a needle of ivory and titanium, a mechanical heron that looked as though it had been designed by a poet who had a secondary degree in aerodynamics. It was the only machine ever built that made the act of hurling oneself through the sky at twice the speed of sound look like a dignified pursuit. I recall being told of its capabilities. It could fly from London to New York in under 3.5 hours. This means a gentleman could finish a late breakfast in Mayfair, board the bird, and arrive in Manhattan in time for an early breakfast on the same day. It was a form of time travel for the exceedingly wealthy. It allowed a man to beat his own shadow to the destination, arriving with such velocity that his echoes had to spend the rest of the afternoon catching up to him. Of course, the price of this miracle was steep. A ticket on the Concorde cost more than a small mansion in Missouri, and the cabin was famously as narrow as a cigar box. But people paid it. They paid for the privilege of seeing the curvature of the earth while sipping champagne from a glass that didn't vibrate. They paid to be part of the supersonic set, a group of people who believed that the only thing worse than being late was being slow. The titanium pebble and the fallen star. In July of 2000, the dream hit a snag, or rather, it hit a strip of metal. Air France Flight 4590 was taking off from Paris, bound for New York, carrying a group of German tourists who were looking forward to a cruise. As the great bird thundered down the runway, it ran over a small piece of titanium that had fallen off a common garden variety jet, a DC-10, a beast of burden that had no business being on the same tarmac as royalty. It is a classic human tragedy. The magnificent is always at the mercy of the mundane. A $5 piece of scrap metal from a bus with wings shredded a tire, which sent a chunk of rubber into the fuel tank, which turned the most beautiful machine in the world into a Roman candle. I watched the footage, that grainy, terrifying record of the bird's final moments. It trailed a plume of fire like a dying comet, struggling to claw its way back into the sky it had owned for 30 years, before finally succumbing to the gravity it had spent its life defying. It crashed into a hotel in Gonesse, and in that moment, the golden age of speed didn't just stumble, it broke its neck. The age of efficiency, a polite word for boring. Immediately following the crash, the experts emerged from their burrows. These are the men who measure the world in spreadsheets and safety margins, Men who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. They looked at the Concorde and decided that it was a relic. "It's too expensive to run," they said, their eyes gleaming with the cold light of accounting. "It uses too much fuel. It's too loud. It's not efficient." I have a great and abiding hatred for the word efficiency. It is the word used by people who want to take the flavor out of the soup and the lace off the dress. Efficiency is the reason we no longer have grand riverboats with velvet curtains and chandeliers. It is why we have steel barges and plastic chairs. The Concorde was the ultimate inefficient machine. It was built for glory, not for the bottom line. It was a statement that humanity was no longer content to crawl. We wanted to soar. But in the year 2000, we decided that we would rather be safe, cheap, and bored than be fast, expensive, and inspired. The crash in Gonesse provided the excuse the accountants had been waiting for. They grounded the fleet. They looked at the numbers and realized they could fit 300 people into a jumbo jet for the price of one Concorde passenger, provided they packed them in like sardines in a tin and fed them a meal that tasted vaguely of warmed-over cardboard. The indignity of the modern sardine. We are now living in the age of the bus. Modern air travel is a process of systematic humiliation. You are required to arrive 3 hours early so that a man in a polyester uniform can intimate that your shoes are a threat to national security. You are herded through a series of plastic tubes, stripped of your liquids, and eventually crammed into a seat designed for a person with the skeletal structure of a pipe cleaner. We fly across the Atlantic in 8 hours now, suspended in a state of mild agitation, breathing the recycled sighs of 300 other miserable souls. And we call this progress because the ticket was $50 cheaper than it was 10 years ago. The Concorde offered an alternative. It offered the idea that travel should be an event, not a chore. It understood that if you are going to defy the gods by flying 600 miles above the ground, you should at least have the decency to do it with some style. The final flight of the imagination. The Concorde did return to service briefly after the crash, with new liners in its fuel tanks and a brave face. But the heart of the thing was gone. The world had changed. The morning after the millennium brought with it a certain grimness, a realization that our toys were dangerous and our bank accounts were finite. I suspect that the retirement of the Concorde, which would follow a few years later, was the moment we officially gave up on the future we had been promised in the 50s. We were supposed to have flying cars, cities on Mars, and breakfast in London, followed by lunch in Tokyo. Instead, we got the Internet, which allows us to sit in our pajamas and look at pictures of lunch in Tokyo without ever having to leave the house. We traded physical speed for digital speed. We decided that it was better to send a lightning bolt, an email, than to actually go somewhere ourselves. We have become a stationary species that thinks it's moving because the pictures on our screens are changing very fast. The ghost in the sky. As I look up at the vapor trails of the modern jets, those heavy, slow-moving whales of the air, I find myself missing the white bird. I miss the sonic boom, that double crack of thunder that told the world that a man was passing by at a speed that made the angels nervous. The Concorde was a beautiful mistake. It was a machine that arrived 50 years too early and was killed by a world that had become 50 years too sensible. It proved that we could do the impossible, but it also proved that we didn't have the stomach to keep doing it if it cost too much. Good night, Flight 4590. You were the final flame of a century that dared to be extravagant. May your replacement be efficient, may it be cost-effective, and may it be so thoroughly boring that the passengers sleep through the entire journey, which is the only way to endure modern travel anyway. As for me, I think I'll take the stagecoach. It's slow, it's bumpy, and the horses have a tendency to bite, but at least nobody tries to take my shoes off before I get on. And I can see the world at a pace that allows me to actually think about it. Speed is for people who have nowhere to go and want to get there as fast as possible. The rest of us are just looking for a decent view and a seat that doesn't feel like a medieval torture device. End of Chapter 11. Note to the reader: as you drift off to sleep, imagine you are reclining in a leather seat at 60,000 feet. The sky above you is turning dark purple, and the curve of the earth is visible through the window. You are moving at 1,350 miles per hour, and the only sound is the quiet clink of a silver spoon against a porcelain cup. You are outrunning the night. Sleep soundly, knowing that in your dreams there are no security lines, no middle seats, and the bird is still flying. Chapter 12. The Hanging Chads of Florida. I have seen many a grand performance in my time, Shakespearean tragedies in muddy tents, riverboat gamblers bluffing with a pair of deuces and a cold stare, and even a miracle elixir salesman who claimed his tonic could cure both gout and a guilty conscience. But all of these spectacles combined are mere parlor tricks compared to the high-wire act of the American electoral process in the year of our Lord 2000. It was a year where we, as a nation, proved that we could map the very blueprints of life and send a tin can to the stars, yet we remained utterly defeated by a small, stubborn scrap of paper the size of a fingernail. We called this fragment a Chad. The contest of the Titans and the not-so-Titans. The election featured two gentlemen who were, in their own ways, masterpieces of human branding. On one side we had Vice President Al Gore, a man so stiff and properly pressed that I frequently suspected he was being operated by a series of internal pulleys and gears managed by a committee in Washington. He spoke of the environment and the Internet with the solemnity of a man reading a funeral oration for a beloved cat. On the other side stood Governor George W. Bush of Texas, a fellow who possessed the squint of a man perpetually looking into a high wind and a relationship with the English language that could best be described as adversarial. He was a man you felt you could share a sarsaparilla with, provided you didn't mind him occasionally inventing new words like strategery or misunderestimated to fill the gaps in the conversation. The nation sat back and watched as these two went to war, and for a long while it was a fairly standard affair. They debated, they shook hands with people who clearly wanted to be elsewhere, and they promised a future that sounded suspiciously like the past, but with better tax breaks. But then came election night, and the morning after turned into a month-long fever dream centered entirely on the state of Florida, the Republic of the Perplexed. Florida is a land that I have always admired for its commitment to being a little bit stranger than everywhere else. It is a place of swamps, sunshine, and retired gentry who move there to escape the winter and ended up in a permanent battle with the local alligators. In November of 2000, Florida became the belly of the beast. As the results trickled in, it became clear that the entire fate of the free world rested on a handful of votes in a few counties where the heat was high and the patience was low. The networks, those frantic purveyors of breaking news who change their minds more often than a weathercock in a gale, alternated between declaring Gore the winner, then Bush, then finally throwing up their hands and admitting they had the collective wisdom of a bowl of grits. The problem, as it turned out, was not the people, but the paper. The butterfly ballot and the drunk architect. In Palm Beach County, some clever soul had designed what was called a butterfly ballot. Now, a butterfly is a lovely creature that flutters about and brings joy to the garden. A butterfly ballot, however, was a labyrinthine puzzle designed by what I can only assume was a drunk architect with a grudge against the elderly. The names of the candidates were listed on two sides with a row of holes down the middle. To vote for your man, you had to punch a hole corresponding to his name. The trouble was that the holes didn't quite line up with the names in any way that a sober human could navigate. I suspect many a grandmother, intending to vote for the stiff vice president, accidentally cast her ballot for a third-party fellow named Pat Buchanan, a man whose politics were so far to the right they were nearly circular. Mr. Buchanan, to his credit, was as surprised as anyone to find he was suddenly the most popular man in a Jewish retirement community in Boca Raton. The theology of the Chad. When the mandatory recount began, the world was introduced to the Chad. In any other year, a Chad was a disappointing nephew or a fellow who wore too much cologne. In 2000, it was the small piece of cardboard that is supposed to fall out when you punch a hole in a ballot. But the Florida ballots were stubborn. They refused to let go. We suddenly became a nation of amateur theologians, debating the nature and status of the Chad. There were four main denominations. The hanging Chad, attached by one corner, swinging like a loose shutter in a storm. The swinging Chad, attached by two corners, a digital gate that refused to open. The dimpled Chad, an indentation, a sigh of a vote, where the voter had pressed but lacked the heart to follow through. The pregnant Chad, a bulging protrusion, suggesting that the voter had exerted great effort, but the paper had held its ground like a mule in the mud. I watched on the television as serious men in expensive suits held these ballots up to the light, peering at them with magnifying glasses like diamond merchants or monks examining a holy relic. They were looking for voter intent. They were trying to read the mind of a person who had been in a humid booth 3 weeks prior, wondering if that little dent meant "I love George" or "I think my pen is broken." The invasion of the lawyers. As the recount dragged on, Florida was invaded. It wasn't an invasion of soldiers, which might have been simpler. It was an invasion of lawyers. If you have never seen a swarm of lawyers descending on a disputed territory, count yourself lucky. They arrived by the hundreds, carrying briefcases filled with whereases and heretofores, ready to litigate the position of every comma and the depth of every dimple. They turned the simple act of counting into a medieval trial by combat, only with fewer swords and significantly more paperwork. The morning after had become a month after. The rest of the world looked on with a mixture of amusement and horror. Here was the great democracy, the city on a hill, and we were paralyzed because we couldn't figure out how to operate a glorified hole puncher. It was a beautiful and humbling sight. It proved that for all our talk of high-tech and digital frontiers, we were still a civilization built on a foundation of physical stuff, and physical stuff is prone to jamming. The final word from the tall building. Eventually, the matter reached the Supreme Court. Now I have a great respect for the Supreme Court. It is a collection of 9 individuals in black robes who are tasked with being the final arbiters of reality. They are the only people in the country who can say, "The sky is green," and make it a matter of law. In a 5-4 decision, a margin so thin you could shave with it, the court ordered the recount to stop. They decided that the standardless manual recount was a violation of the Equal Protection Clause, which is a very fancy way of saying, we are tired of this, and somebody needs to be president before the year 2001 starts. And so, George W. Bush became the 43rd President of the United States. Al Gore, in a moment of genuine grace that I suspect pained his gears immensely, conceded the election. He went from being the next president to being a former vice president who spent his time making slideshows about melting ice. The lesson of the cardboard. What did we learn from the hanging chads of Florida? We learned that a piece of cardboard is more powerful than a nuclear silo if the cardboard refuses to be punched. We learned that voter intent is a ghost that is very difficult to catch in a magnifying glass. And we learned that in the new century, the most important technology is not the emotion engine or the human genome map, but a simple, reliable way to count to 51%. I find it a grand irony that we spent the year 2000 worrying about the Y2K bug, a digital catastrophe that never arrived, only to be brought to our knees by a Y2K Chad, a physical catastrophe that we had been using since the 1960s. We are a species that looks at the stars and trips over the rug. We solve the secrets of the universe and then lose our keys in the sofa. We are, in short, a hilarious mess. As I look back on that month in Florida, I see a nation that was frustrated, angry, and deeply confused. But we didn't go to war. We didn't burn the Capitol. We just waited for a bunch of lawyers and judges to finish their arguments, and then we went back to work. There is a certain dignity in that, even if it does involve staring at pregnant chads for 3 weeks. Good night, Florida. May your ballots always be clear, your machines always be sharp, and your chads always fall where they may. As for the rest of us, let's just be grateful that we don't have to vote every day. Once every 4 years is about all the butterfly excitement a man's heart can handle. End of Chapter 12. Note to the reader, as you drift into sleep, consider the simplicity of your own choices. In the world of dreams, there are no ballots, no lawyers, and no Supreme Court decisions to keep you awake. You can be the president of your own imagination without a single recount. Sleep soundly, and remember, if you find a dimpled chad in your dreams, it's probably just a crumb from a midnight snack. Chapter 13. The Loss of Being Lost. I have spent a significant portion of my earthly pilgrimage, and a fair amount of my ghostly one, trying to figure out exactly where I am. And I have generally found that the effort is vastly overrated. On the Mississippi, being lost was simply a prelude to discovering a new sandbar or an interesting way to wreck a steamboat. It was a professional requirement. A pilot who always knew exactly where he was a man who lacked imagination and had likely never met a snag he didn't like. But in May of the year 2000, President Bill Clinton, a man who had spent the better part of the previous year trying to find a way out of a legal thicket, decided that the rest of the world should never have to experience the joy of being profitably lost ever again. With a flick of a digital switch, he ordered the removal of something called selective availability from the global positioning system. The jealousy of the Pentagon. To understand the magnitude of this event, one must realize that for decades the heavens had been held hostage by a group of very serious gentlemen in five-sided buildings. They had launched 24 metal boxes into the sky, satellites they called them, which were essentially mechanical gossips. They spent their lives whispering to each other about the time, and by listening to these whispers, a person on the ground could determine their location with terrifying precision. However, the military, being a suspicious and hoardish lot, didn't want the common man to have too much of a good thing. They suffered from a peculiar form of technological niggardliness. They allowed civilians to use the signal, but they deliberately blurred it. They called this selective availability. It meant that if you were a hiker in the woods or a sailor on the sea, your GPS device would tell you where you were, but it would lie to you by about 100 yards in any direction. It was like trying to navigate by a map that had been left out in the rain and then chewed by a goat. You knew you were in the general vicinity of the mountain, but you couldn't be entirely sure if you were standing on the peak or currently falling off the cliff. The military's logic was that if the signal were too accurate, an enemy might use it to drop a lightning bolt right down the chimney of the White House. They treated the truth of our location as a state secret, apparently believing that the American public was too irresponsible to be trusted with its own latitude. The Great Unblurring. On May 1st, 2000, that all changed. The cataract was removed from the eye of the world. Suddenly, the signal became 10 times more accurate. A man could stand in his backyard and know, within the length of a reasonably sized trout, exactly where his boots were planted. It was a miracle of precision. But like all miracles, it came with a heavy price: the death of the adventure. I have always maintained that the best parts of life happen when you're heading for the post office and end up in a different state. Discovery requires a certain amount of wandering, and wandering requires a certain lack of information. Columbus didn't have a GPS. If he had, he would have realized he was in the wrong place entirely, turned the ships around, and the history of the world would be much shorter and considerably more boring. By making the world sharp, we have made it small. We have turned the planet into a giant gridded chessboard where every square is numbered and accounted for. We have replaced the great unknown with a slightly inconvenient known. The rise of the nanny stars. Immediately following the removal of selective availability, the world went precision mad. Companies began stuffing GPS chips into everything: cars, telephones, and eventually, I suspect, the collars of particularly wayward cats. We entered the era of the nanny star. We no longer look at the moss on the side of a tree or the position of the North Star to find our way home. Instead, we listen to a disembodied, slightly patronizing female voice coming from a plastic box on the dashboard. In 200 yards, turn left, she says, with the confidence of a woman who has never actually seen a road in her life. And we obey. I have seen grown men, men who could likely navigate a desert in a sandstorm, drive their motor cars directly into a swamp because the voice in the box told them it was a shortcut to the haberdashery. We have outsourced our intuition to a group of satellites hurtling through the vacuum at 12,000 miles per hour. We are no longer travelers, we are merely cargo being guided by a mechanical schoolmaster. The theology of geocaching. But the most hilarious result of this newfound precision was the birth of geocaching. It began almost the moment the signal was unblurred. A fellow in Oregon decided to celebrate his new accuracy by hiding a plastic bucket in the woods and posting the coordinates on the internet. Within days, other people were using billion-dollar state-of-the-art military technology to go tramping through the brush in search of a Tupperware container filled with a broken crayon, a foreign coin, and a soggy logbook. Think of the majesty of it. We have achieved the pinnacle of human engineering. We have conquered the heavens. We have harnessed the very laws of physics and time. And what do we do with this godlike power? We use it to play hide and seek with a piece of Tupperware. It is a grand testament to the absurdity of the species. We have spent millennia trying to map the world so that we could find gold, spices, and new civilizations. Now that we have mapped it down to the inch, we have to hide things ourselves just so we have a reason to go looking for them. We are like a man who cleans his house so thoroughly that he has to throw his keys in the trash just to experience the thrill of the hunt. The loss of the profitably lost. I worry about the generations to come. What will happen to the young lad who wants to run away from home? In my day, if you ran away, you were gone. You could find a raft, hit the river, and become a different person by the time you reached Cairo. You were shrouded in the beautiful anonymity of the horizon. Today, a boy can't even get to the end of the block without his mother's telephone pinging a satellite to inform her that he is currently 3 feet outside his approved geofence and is traveling at a suspicious velocity of 4 miles per hour. We are constantly being found. We are tethered to the world by an invisible electronic umbilical cord. There is no longer any such thing as a mystery. If you find a strange, beautiful grove in the woods, you don't keep it as a secret. You record its coordinates, take a digital photograph, and tell the entire world exactly how to get there so they can come and ruin it with their own Tupperware. We have traded our freedom for the comfort of knowing exactly how many miles we are from the nearest sandwich shop. Knowing where versus knowing why. The great fallacy of the year 2000 was the belief that information is wisdom. We thought that because we knew where we were, we would finally know who we were. But I can tell you from experience, both on this side of the veil and the other, that you can have the most accurate GPS in the universe and still be utterly, hopelessly lost. Latitude and longitude are merely numbers. They don't tell you if you're in the right place, only if you're in the place you said you'd be. A man can be at 38.8977 degrees north 77.0365 degrees west, which I am told is the White House, and still have absolutely no idea which way is up. Precision is not the same as direction. We have perfected the where, but we are still fumbling around in the dark when it comes to the why. As the morning after the millennium progressed, I watched as we became a world of dots on a map. We watch ourselves move across our little screens like ants in a glass farm. We are fascinated by the ping. We find comfort in the blue circle that follows us around, reassuring us that we exist and that we are currently located at the corner of 5th and Main. The final coordinates. As I look back on May 2000, I realize it was the end of an era. It was the moment the great unknown finally packed its bags and moved out. The world is now a well-lit room with no shadows, and while that is very safe and very efficient, it is also a bit of a bore. I miss the days when a map was a suggestion rather than a command. I miss the days when you could disappear into the territory, and the only people who knew where you were the people you were currently talking to. Good night, Mr. President. Thank you for the precision. It's very helpful for finding the way to the pharmacy, but I fear you've made it impossible for a man to ever truly lose himself again. And if a man cannot lose himself, how is he ever supposed to find something better? As for me, I think I'll turn off the voice in the box. I'll head down to the river, look at the stars, the real ones, not the ones made of tin and wire, and see if I can't get myself profitably lost for an hour or two. I might not know my exact coordinates, but I suspect I'll have a much better time getting to wherever it is I'm going. End of Chapter 13. Note to the reader. As you drift into sleep, consider the path you have taken today. You do not need a satellite to tell you that you are in your bed. You do not need a ping to confirm your existence. In the world of dreams, there is no selective availability, and the maps are all written in a language only you can understand. Sleep soundly, and may you have the courage to get completely and utterly lost tonight. You're much more interesting that way. Chapter 14. The Hybrid Theory. Sound. If the middle of the year 2000 was occupied by the rattling of hanging chads and the silent sinking of nuclear leviathans, the autumn was defined by a noise so singular and so persistent that it threatened to rattle the very teeth out of the head of anyone under the age of 30. I have long believed that every generation must invent its own particular way of being loud, if only to ensure that their parents have something to complain about at the breakfast table. In my day, it was the devil's music of the banjo or the scandalous rhythms of the cakewalk. In the year 2000, it was a phenomenon known as nu metal, and its chief architect was a collection of brooding youths called Linkin Park. They released an album titled Hybrid Theory, and I must say the name alone suggests a level of scientific rigor that is usually absent from the business of making a racket. The great musical mincemeat. I have always been a man who appreciates a good hybrid. A mule, for instance, is a fine creature, possessing the strength of a horse and the stubbornness of a donkey, though it is notoriously difficult to argue with at a crossroads. But Linkin Park decided to apply this principle to the airwaves. They took the thundering, distorted guitars of heavy metal, married them to the rhythmic, fast-talking cadences of hip-hop, and then sprinkled the whole affair with the electronic bleeps and bloops of a computer that was having a particularly bad day. It was musical mincemeat. It was a stew where the beef and the berries were thrown into the same pot, stirred with a lightning bolt, and served at a volume that could be heard in the next county. I spent an afternoon listening to this hybrid theory, and I found myself in a state of profound bewilderment. I have seen many a man shout in my time, usually because he has dropped a heavy crate on his foot or discovered a card up his opponent's sleeve. But I had never heard a man shout with such melodic precision. The group possessed two primary voices. There was a fellow who did the rapping, a form of rhythmic speech that sounds very much like a man trying to explain a complex legal problem while running for a train. And then there was a fellow who did the singing, though singing is perhaps too gentle a word. He possessed a voice that could transition from a delicate wounded whisper to a full-throated glass-shattering scream in the space of a heartbeat. It was like watching a man have a very polite conversation with himself, only to suddenly realize he was on fire. The industry of angst. What struck me most about this hybrid theory was the sheer, unadulterated angst of the thing. Now, I understand being upset. I have lived through wars, financial panics, and the invention of the income tax. But the youth of the year 2000 seemed to be suffering from a brand of misery that was entirely new. They lived in a world of central heating, limitless snacks, and machines that could tell them exactly where they were to within 3 inches of a trout. And yet, they were furious. They sang about crawling in their skin and being one step closer to the edge. They screamed about things that don't even matter in the end. I looked out the window at a group of lads wearing trousers so baggy they could have housed a small family of circus performers. Their hair spiked into yellow needles that suggested they had been startled by a ghost. And I wondered, what on earth are you so mad about? I suspect that Lincoln Park had tapped into a very lucrative vein of middle-class melancholy. When you have solved all the problems of survival, when you no longer have to worry about wolves, smallpox, or the price of whale oil, the only thing left to worry about is yourself. The new century was not a battle against the elements. It was a battle against the inner self, a creature that is notoriously difficult to defeat because it knows all your moves. The geometry of the chorus. I must admit, however, that these lads knew how to build a song. They constructed their music with the precision of a master carpenter building a cabinet. Every verse led to a chorus that arrived like a tidal wave, lifting the listener up and smashing them against a wall of sound. Take the song in the end. It begins with a piano melody that sounds like a lonely clock ticking in an empty house. Then comes the fast-talking fellow explaining his frustrations with time itself. And then, boom, the singer arrives with a roar that could wake the dead, declaring that he tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. I put my trust in you /pushed. As far as I can go / for all this, there's only one thing you should know. It is a magnificent piece of theater. It provides the listener with a way to feel like a tragic hero while sitting in the back of a minivan on the way to soccer practice. It is suburban grand opera. It allows a teenager to feel the weight of the world on his shoulders without actually having to carry anything heavier than a backpack filled with algebra textbooks. The uniform of the discontented. With the sound came the look. I have seen many fashions in my time, the powdered wigs of the gentry, the buckskins of the trapper, the somber black of the undertaker. But the new metal look of 2000 was a triumph of the impractical. The primary requirement seemed to be an excess of fabric. The trousers were so wide at the bottom that they functioned as mobile floor mops, collecting the dust and grime of every sidewalk in America. There were chains hanging from belts for no apparent reason, as if the wearer were afraid he might accidentally float away. And then there were the piercings, little bits of metal stuck through eyebrows, lips, and noses. I suppose that if you feel numb inside, as the song suggests, sticking a needle through your face is one way to verify that you are still among the living. It is a form of acupuncture for the perpetually annoyed. The digital soundscape. We must also consider the role of the machine. Lincoln Park did not just play instruments, they played records. They had a fellow whose job was to stand behind a pair of spinning discs and make a sound like a wet thumb being dragged across a balloon. A scratch, they called it. In my day, if a record made a scratching sound, you took it back to the shop and demanded your nickel back. In the year 2000, you paid $18 for the privilege of hearing it. It added a texture of urban grit to the music, suggesting that the band had just come from a dangerous alleyway rather than a high-tech recording studio in Southern California. The album was polished to a mirror shine. Every scream was perfectly placed. Every guitar riff was as clean as a surgical scalpel. It was manufactured rawness. It was the sound of a rebellion that had been carefully vetted by a marketing department to ensure it wouldn't offend anyone except the people it was supposed to offend. The legacy of the scream. By the end of the year 2000, you could not escape the sound of hybrid theory. It was in the malls, it was in the cars, it was in the very air we breathed. It became the soundtrack for a generation that felt disconnected in a world that was more connected than ever before. I find it a grand irony. We had built the internet to bring us together, and we used it to download songs about how lonely we were. We had mapped the human genome to understand our bodies, and we used the knowledge to listen to music about how much our bodies hurt. But there is a certain dignity in the noise. Lincoln Park proved that even in an age of e-commerce and digital dollhouses, there is still a place for the raw human cry. They took the angst of the new century and turned it into a symphony. They gave a voice to the boy in the baggy pants who didn't know how to say he was sad, so he decided to scream it instead. I reckon there are worse things than being loud. I would rather hear a man scream because he's feeling something than hear a man whisper because he's got nothing to say. The midnight of the new metal age. As I sit here in the quiet of the morning after, I realize that the screaming has started to fade. The baggy pants are being folded away, the spiky hair is being combed down, and the hybrid theory is becoming just another chapter in the long, loud history of human folly. But every now and then, I'll hear those opening piano notes of "In the End," and for a moment, I feel that old, familiar urge to throw my head back and roar at the sky. Not because I'm mad, but because it feels so good to make a noise that the universe can't ignore. Good night, Chester. You had a voice that could crack the stars, and you used it to tell us that it's okay to not be okay. Good night, Mike. Your rapping was a bit fast for an old man's ears, but I appreciate the sentiment. As for the rest of you, try to keep the noise down. Some of us are trying to sleep in the 20th century, and it's hard to get a good rest when someone is shouting about being one step closer to the edge in the room next door. But if you must scream, try to do it in key. It makes the hybrid theory of life much easier to swallow. End of chapter 14. Note to the reader, as you drift into sleep, consider the hybrid theory of your own life. You are a mixture of memory and hope, of silence and noise, of the person you were and the person you are becoming. You do not need to scream to be heard in the world of dreams. Sleep soundly, and may your internal DJ keep the scratches to a minimum tonight. Chapter 15. The DeviantArt Gallery. I have always harbored a secret simmering resentment toward the old masters. It's not that I don't appreciate a well-placed brushstroke, or the way Rembrandt could make a shadow look like it was hiding a three-course meal and a guilty conscience. It's the sheer exclusivity of the thing. In the old days, if you wanted to be an artist, you had to endure a checklist of hardships that would make a monk weep. You needed a garret in Paris, preferably draughty, a diet consisting entirely of stale crusts and absinthe, and the patience to wait 50 years after your death for anyone to notice you'd actually achieved anything. Art was a physical, messy, and decidedly undemocratic business. You had to buy pigments made of crushed beetles and lead. You had to stretch canvases until your knuckles bled. And then, after all that work, you had to find a gallery owner, a gentleman usually possessed of a monocle and a heart of flint, to agree to hang your masterpiece in a room where people would look at it for 3 seconds before asking where the nearest water closet was. But in August of the year 2000, a group of young digital vagabonds, Scott Jarkoff, Matt Stevens, and Angelo Sotira, decided to burn down the gallery and replace it with the website called DeviantArt. The canvas of light and ghost paint. Now, I am a man who appreciates a good gadget, but the idea of digital art initially struck me as a grand piece of mechanical hocus-pocus. To paint without paint, to sketch without lid, it seemed to me a form of sorcery that would surely lead to the moral decay of the youth, or at the very least, a significant decline in the sales of smocks. In the year 2000, the digital artist was a creature who worked not with a palette, but with a mouse, a small plastic rodent that lived on a rubber pad and moved a flickering arrow across a screen. They didn't have oil on canvas. They had pixels on monitor. If they made a mistake, if they accidentally gave the Madonna a third eye or a mustache, they didn't have to scrape the paint away with a knife. They simply pressed a button called undo. Undo! Think of the majesty of that concept. If I could have had an undo button during some of my more questionable financial investments or my ill-fated attempts at public speaking, I would currently be the king of Europe and have a considerably lower blood pressure. In the digital world, failure is temporary. In the real world, failure is a permanent stain on your carpet and your reputation. The rise of the deviants. The name of this new establishment, DeviantArt, was a stroke of marketing genius. In my day, a deviant was someone you avoided in a dark alley, or someone who had been caught trying to improve the local census by voting 4 times. But in the year 2000, deviant became a badge of honor. It suggested that you were a rebel, an outsider, a person who refused to color within the lines provided by the stodgy academy. I spent some time perusing this gallery without walls, and I must say the diversity of the output was staggering. It was the first time in history that a boy in a farmhouse in Nebraska could show his sketches of giant laser-eyed robots to a girl in a high-rise in Tokyo without ever having to buy a stamp or a frame. The deviants didn't use their real names, heaven forbid. They used usernames, which I suspect were generated by a cat walking across a keyboard. I saw art by XX underscore Dragon Slayer underscore 99, Shadow Vixen underscore 01, and Blue Square underscore Realist. It was a world where you could be anyone you wanted to be, provided you could draw a reasonably convincing sword or a very sad-looking wolf. The subjects, from the sublime to the what on earth is that? What did these digital Rembrandts choose to depict? Was it the majesty of the mountains, the sorrow of the human condition, the delicate play of light upon a bowl of fruit? Well, occasionally, but mostly, it was fan art. Fan art is a peculiar modern phenomenon where you take a character created by someone else, usually a fellow in a cape or a girl with purple hair from a Japanese cartoon, and you draw them in various situations. You draw them fighting, you draw them eating lunch, and more often than I care to admit, you draw them staring longingly at another character they have absolutely no business being in a relationship with. They call this shipping. In my day, shipping involved a hull, a mast, and several thousand tons of cotton. In the year 2000, shipping meant deciding that a hedgehog and a plumber were destined for a life of domestic bliss. It is a form of creative kidnapping, and the deviants were masters of it. The democratization of the critique. The most fascinating part of deviant art was not the art itself, but the comment section. In a traditional gallery, the critique is delivered by a man with a velvet vest and a degree from Oxford. He uses words like juxtaposition, chiaroscuro, and problematic. He speaks in hushed tones, and his disapproval can wither a young artist's soul from 30 paces. On DeviantArt, the critique is delivered by everyone, and I mean everyone. LMFAO, nice colors, wrote one critic. Her proportions are off. The arm looks like a noodle, observed another, whose own profile picture was a blurry photo of a half-eaten sandwich. It was a grand digital brawl of opinions. For every piece of genuine, heart-stopping beauty, there were 10,000 sketches of original characters, which usually looked like the artist had simply added more belts and zippers to a picture of Batman. But the beauty of it was that it was alive. It wasn't a tomb for dead painters. It was a nursery for living ones. The Global Sketchbook. I observed that this website was doing something that the Internet had promised but rarely delivered. It was creating a shared language. You didn't need to speak English or Japanese or French to understand a picture of a sunset or a digital painting of a lonely robot. The image was the bridge. The year 2000 was the year we realized that the average person was actually quite creative, provided you gave them a way to share their work without the fear of being laughed out of a brick-and-mortar building. We saw the rise of the tutorial. Deviants would share their secrets: how to draw eyes, how to color fur, how to make your background look like it's not just a gray smudge. They were teaching each other. They were building a global university of the aesthetic, and the only tuition was the willingness to click and the patience to wait for your 56K modem to upload your 300 DPI masterpiece. The legacy of the infinite wall. As I look back on the launch of DeviantArt, I realize it was the beginning of the end of the professional. We were moving into a world where the line between the artist and the audience was becoming as blurry as a low-resolution JPEG. We were entering an era of photographic and illustrative gluttony. We were no longer content to look at one great painting a year. We wanted to see 5,000 sketches a day. We wanted to see every iteration, every draft, and every crossover imaginable. I find it a bit exhausting, to be honest. There is something to be said for the silence of a museum, where a painting has room to breathe. On DeviantArt, the art is screaming for your attention, buried under a mountain of llamas, a reward system I still don't quite comprehend, and favorites. But I cannot deny the spark of it. There is something profoundly human about the desire to say, I made this, and have the world say, we see you. The midnight of the digital palette. The year 2000 gave us many things, hanging chads, indestructible phones, and the mapping of our inner code, but it also gave us a place where the deviant in all of us could go to play. It proved that the future was not just about better machines, but about better ways for us to show each other what's inside our heads. Good night, Angelo. Good night, Jark. Thank you for giving the boy in Nebraska a place to hang his robots. May your servers never crash, and may the undo button always be within reach of the frustrated. As for me, I think I'll stick to the old-fashioned way for a while. I'll sit in the dark, close my eyes, and paint a picture of the Mississippi in my mind. It has no undo button, and nobody can leave a comment telling me my proportions are off. But the resolution is fantastic, and the shipping is limited entirely to steamboats. End of Chapter 15. Note to the reader, as you drift into sleep, consider the gallery of your own mind. Tonight, you are the artist, the critic, and the curator. You can draw anything you like, a flying whale, a city of glass, or a life where you never lose your keys. There are no usernames in the world of dreams, and the colors never fade. Sleep soundly, and may your original character have exactly the right amount of belts and zippers. Chapter 16. The J-Phone's First Glimpse. If the year 2000 had taught us anything by the time the leaves began to turn, it was that humanity was increasingly uncomfortable with the idea of simply existing in a moment without trying to trap it in a box. We had already seen the rise of digital art and the mapping of our inner codes. But in November, the magicians of Japan, a people who seemed to view a lack of technology as a personal affront to their dignity, decided to commit the ultimate act of photographic heresy. They released the JSH-04, produced by Sharp for the J-Phone network. It was the world's first mobile telephone with a built-in camera. Now, I have seen the evolution of the image from its infancy. I remember the days of the daguerreotype, a process so grueling and somber that it required a man to sit perfectly still for the better part of a Tuesday while a silver-plated copper sheet attempted to steal his likeness. To have your portrait taken in those days was a commitment. You had to brace your head in a metal clamp, assume an expression of profound existential gloom, and pray that you didn't sneeze, lest your face be rendered as a ghostly smudge that looked like a thumbprint on a window pane. By the time you were finished, you had aged significantly, meaning the portrait was already out of date by the time it was developed. Photography was a serious, expensive, and decidedly rare event. It was reserved for weddings, funerals, and the occasional high-ranking general who wanted to prove he still had all his limbs. But the J-phone changed the fundamental contract between the eye and the memory. It suggested that any moment, no matter how trivial, how wretched, or how thoroughly unremarkable, was worthy of being turned into a digital ghost and sent flying through the air to another person's pocket. The majesty of the smudge. We must first speak of the quality of this miracle. The JSH-04 boasted a resolution of 110,000 pixels. In the modern parlance, that is 0.11 megapixels. To put this in perspective for the layman, if you took a photograph of a magnificent cathedral with this device, the resulting image would look less like a feat of architecture and more like a bowl of gray oatmeal that had been dropped from a great height. If you took a portrait of your beloved, she would appear on the tiny screen as a collection of jagged squares, suggesting that she was perhaps made of bricks or was suffering from a very localized case of digital leprosy. And yet, the world was enchanted. We were so bedazzled by the fact of the thing that we didn't stop to ask if the thing was actually any good. It is the talking dog syndrome. You don't criticize the dog's grammar. You're just amazed the beast can speak at all. We were so impressed that a telephone could take a picture that we didn't mind that the picture looked like it had been painted by a drunk impressionist using a sponge. The dawn of photographic gluttony. I have coined the term photographic gluttony to describe the era we entered that November. Before the J-phone, a man took a photograph because something important was happening. After the J-phone, a man took a photograph because he happened to be standing there. The Japanese called the service sha mail, a portmanteau of shashin, picture, and mail. It allowed the user to snap a photo and immediately transmit it to a friend. This, I fear, was the beginning of the end for the human imagination. In my day, if I went to a restaurant and ate a particularly fine cut of beef, I would return home and describe it to my friends. I would use adjectives. I would speak of the aroma, the sizzle of the fat, the tenderness that would make a poet weep. I would weave a tapestry of words that allowed my listeners to taste the meal in their own minds. But with the arrival of the camera phone, the need for descriptive genius evaporated. Now, one simply points the lens at one's lunch, clicks a button, and sends the evidence to a friend. Why? What is the purpose of this visual reportage? Unless the sandwich is currently engaged in a heated debate about the gold standard or is shaped like the visage of a deceased saint, there is absolutely no reason for another human being to see it. And yet, we have become a race of digital archivists, documenting every ham and cheese and every bowl of noodles as if we were recording the signing of the Magna Carta. We are eating our lunches twice, once with our eyes and once with our mouths. And the second time is significantly less satisfying because we've spent the first 5 minutes trying to find the right light for the mayonnaise. The death of the private lie. Furthermore, the camera phone has dealt a death blow to the private lie, which is one of the pillars of a civilized society. In the old days, a man could tell his wife he was working late at the office, when in reality he was at the tavern discussing the finer points of the local election with a group of like-minded scoundrels. He could return home Weave a plausible tale of ledger books and flickering candles, and all would be well. But in the age of the J-phone, the truth is always lurking in someone's pocket. You cannot be working late if a friend accidentally takes a photograph of the tavern and sends it to your parlor, clearly showing your reflection in the mirror behind the bar. We are all becoming involuntary spies. Every street corner is a studio. Every bystander is a member of the press. We have traded the comfort of anonymity for the constant low-grade anxiety of being on camera. I suspect that soon people will stop doing anything interesting at all for fear that it might be recorded and held against them in the court of public opinion, or worse, on the internet. The rise of the self-staring Narcissus. I observed a peculiar behavior among the early adopters of this technology. They would hold the telephone at arm's length, pointing the lens at their own faces, and squint into the screen with an expression of intense self-interest. They were taking pictures of themselves. Now, I am a man who has had his portrait painted and photographed many times, usually because I am a very handsome fellow and the public demands to see me. But I have never felt the urge to take a photograph of myself while standing in a hallway or waiting for a bus. This is the birth of the selfie, though the word hadn't been invented yet. It is the ultimate expression of the morning after millennium. Having realized that the world didn't end, we have decided that the most interesting thing left in the universe is our own eyebrows. We are turning the lens inward. We are no longer explorers of the world. We are curators of our own vanity. We are building digital monuments to our own existence, one blurry 110,000 pixel smudge at a time. We want to prove we were there, wherever there happens to be, even if there is just the inside of an elevator or a particularly clean public restroom. The shutter speed of life. The J-phone was a small, inconspicuous device, but it changed the shutter speed of our lives. It turned the moment into a product. Before 2000, a memory was something that lived in your head. It changed over time. It became smoother, more golden, more poetic as the years went by. A bad day could become a funny story. A mediocre sunset could become a masterpiece of memory. But a digital photograph is static. It is cold. It is precise, even if it is blurry. It doesn't allow for the improvement of the past. It keeps the past exactly as it was, awkward, poorly lit, and usually featuring a person in the background who is picking their nose. We are losing the ability to forget, and forgetting is one of the most important things a human being can do. It is the process that allows us to move on, to forgive ourselves, and to turn the messy reality of life into the elegant fiction of our own history. The global panopticon. As I look toward the future from my vantage point in late 2000, I see a world where there are billions of these lenses. I see a world where every crime is recorded, every accident is filmed, and every embarrassing dance move is preserved for eternity. It will be a very safe world, perhaps, but it will be a world without a backstage. There will be no place where a man can truly let down his guard, because there will always be a J-phone waiting to capture the exact moment he loses his dignity. We are building a global panopticon, and we are doing it voluntarily because we think it's neat to send pictures of our cats to our cousins. We are trading our privacy for the ability to prove we had a taco for dinner. The Midnight of the Lens. As the year 2000 draws to a close, I find myself looking at my own pocket watch. It tells the time, and that is all. It doesn't take pictures of my face. It doesn't transmit images of my breakfast to a satellite. It is a private, silent, and dignified companion. I suspect I am a relic. The new century wants to see everything all the time in low resolution. It wants to live in a world where the image is the reality and the experience is just a byproduct of the photo op. Good night, Sharp. Good night, J-Phone. You've given us a new way to see, but I fear you've also given us a new way to be blind to the world right in front of us. We are so busy looking through the lens that we've forgotten to look with our eyes. As for me, if you want to know what I look like, you'll have to come and see me. And if you try to take my picture with a 0.11 megapixel telephone, I shall assume an expression so terrifyingly blurry that it will haunt your shawmail for 1,000 years. End of Chapter 16. Note to the reader: as you drift into sleep, consider the internal camera of your dreams. It has infinite resolution, it doesn't require a data plan, and it never runs out of battery. You can take a picture of anything: a dragon, a lost love, or a world where the phones only make phone calls, and the memory will be yours and yours alone. Sleep soundly, and may your dreams be in high fidelity, even if your lunch is currently trending in a lower resolution. Chapter 17. The USS Cole and the Gathering Storm. It is a common human delusion, usually fostered by a long period of prosperity and an excess of television, to believe that history has a closing time, that eventually the ledger of human conflict will be balanced, the doors will be locked, and we can all go home to play with our digital dollhouses in peace. In the year 2000, we were living in what I call the long 90s, a decade that felt less like a span of time and more like a warm, hazy afternoon spent on a porch swing. We had won the great wars, we had conquered the E-frontier, and we were currently engaged in a heated national debate over the proper way to punch a hole in a piece of Florida cardboard. We were, in short, on a holiday from reality. And when man is on holiday, he becomes remarkably careless with his umbrella, entirely forgetting that the weather has a habit of changing without consulting the tourist board. In October of 2000, while the world was distracted by the torpedo in Sydney and the emotion engine in the parlor, a small fiberglass boat in the port of Aden, Yemen, provided a sharp, violent reminder that the new century was not going to be a permanent vacation. The architecture of the sitting duck. The vessel in question was the USS Cole, a guided missile destroyer. Now, in the grand lexicon of naval nomenclature, destroyer is a word of considerable muscle. It suggests a ship that goes about the world looking for things to destroy, a floating fortress of such high-tech lethality that it can track a hummingbird at 50 miles and turn a mountain into a molehill with a single lightning bolt from its vertical launch system. The Cole was a billion-dollar masterpiece of steel and silicon. It was designed to fight the great lumbering Soviet navies of the past, to engage in tectonic battles on the high seas where titans exchanged blows from across the horizon. It was a monument to modern military hubris, a ship that was future-ready for every threat, except the one that arrived in a rowboat. On October 12th, the coal was moored in Aden for a routine refueling. It was sitting there, $1 billion of American pride tied to a pier, when two men in a small, unassuming craft approached. They weren't flying a flag of war. They didn't have a manifest of grievances. They simply approached with the quiet, mundane persistence of a harbor workboat. I have seen many a small boat on the Mississippi. Usually they are filled with fishermen, dreamers, or people who have vastly overestimated the buoyancy of a whiskey barrel. But these two fellows were carrying a different kind of cargo. Several 100 pounds of high explosives and a burning desire to end the long 90s with a bang. The David and the billion-dollar Goliath. They pulled alongside the coal, stood up, and in a final eerie moment of human protocol, waved at the sailors on deck. It was a gesture of greeting, a polite good morning, before the end of the world. And then they detonated. The explosion tore a 40-foot hole in the port side of the ship, right at the waterline. It was a jagged, smoking wound in the side of the future. 17 sailors were lost, and dozens more were injured. I find it a magnificent and terrible irony. We had built a ship that could see the invisible and strike the unreachable, yet it was crippled by a fiberglass skiff that cost less than the captain's dinner service. It was the return of the asymmetric, a fancy word for the idea that a man with a rock can still ruin the day of a man with a castle, provided he knows where to throw it. The experts in Washington, those gentlemen who spend their lives predicting the last war while the next one is stealing their wallets, were aghast. They spoke of security failures and rules of engagement. They wondered how such a thing could happen in a port that was supposed to be friendly. I can tell them how it happened. It happened because we were thinking in high tech, while the world was still operating in low cunning. We were looking for missiles on our radar screens, and we forgot to look at the two men in the boat, waving hello. The gathering of the shadows. The attack on the USS Cole was attributed to a group of fellows living in caves in Afghanistan, led by a man whose name was starting to be whispered in the corridors of power with a mixture of confusion and dread. Osama bin Laden. In the year 2000, we didn't quite know what to make of these people. They didn't have a country. They didn't have a navy. They didn't have a seat at the United Nations. They were stateless actors, a term that suggests they were a traveling theater troupe rather than a global menace. We treated them like a nuisance, like a mosquito that bites you during a picnic. We swatted at them occasionally. A few cruise missiles here, a frozen bank account there, and then we went back to our picnic. We didn't realize that the mosquito was the herald of a plague. I observed the gathering storm with the skepticism of a man who has seen too many grand alliances fall apart over a disputed border or a misinterpreted telegram. We were entering an era of shadow wars, where the enemy doesn't wear a uniform and doesn't stand in a line to be shot at. It is a war of whispers, of hidden bank transfers, and of small boats in crowded harbors. It is the most difficult kind of war for a great power to fight, because a great power is like a giant. It can crush a city, but it struggles to catch a fly. The holidays end. As the damaged coal was carried home on the back of a giant transport ship, looking for all the world like a broken toy being returned to the nursery, the atmosphere of the year 2000 began to shift. The morning after the millennium was starting to feel like a very cold, very gray Tuesday. The USS Cole was the moment the gathering storm broke the horizon. It was a signal that the end of history was merely a commercial break. The old hatreds, the ancient grievances, and the fundamental human desire to blow things up in the name of the Almighty had not been decoded by the Human Genome Project. They had not been eliminated by the Internet. They were still there, waiting for their turn in the sun. I watched as the politicians made their speeches, promising justice and resolution. I have heard these speeches before. They are the standard script for the aftermath of a tragedy. They are designed to reassure the public that someone is in charge, even when it is perfectly clear that nobody has the slightest idea what to do next. We went back to our election. We went back to our hanging chads. We spent the next 2 months arguing over whether a dimpled vote was a real vote, while in the shadows, the men in the caves were already planning their next performance. It is the great human tragedy. We are so obsessed with the internal, our elections, our chads, our stock prices, that we lose sight of the external, the storm that is coming to blow the roof off the house. We are rearranging the furniture while the volcano is clearing its throat. The shifting winds. The year 2000 was the year we realized that the future was not going to be a clean, orderly place filled with emotion engines and J-phones. It was going to be a messy, violent, and deeply confusing century where the high-tech and the primordial would be locked in a deadly embrace. I sensed the shifting of the winds. The air felt different after Aden. The frivolousness of the 90s, the era of the Spice Girls and the Macarena, was beginning to curdle. We were moving into an era of security, a word that has since become the new religion of the West. Security is the sacrifice we make to appease our fear, a process that involves giving up our privacy, our dignity, and our shoes at the airport in exchange for the promise that the small boat won't find us. But as I said, you cannot stop the wind. You can only build a better house, and even then, you have to hope the foundation is solid. The midnight of the real world. As I look back on October 2000, I see the USS Cole as a bookmark in the story of the human race. It marks the end of our holiday from history. The sun was going down on our complacency, and the shadows were growing long. We were about to enter a year, 2001, that would change everything. But we didn't know that yet. We were still worried about the PlayStation 2 shortages and whether the Grinch movie was going to be any good. We were still profitably lost in our own nonsense. Good night, sailors of the Cole. You were the first to see the storm, and you paid the price for our collective nap. May the next century be kinder to your successors, but I wouldn't bet a wooden nickel on it. History is a relentless teacher, and her favorite method of instruction is the surprise quiz. As for the rest of us, we'd better start looking for our umbrellas. The clouds are getting dark, and I suspect it's going to be a very long, very rainy century. End of chapter 17. Note to the reader: as you drift into sleep, consider the small boats in your own life, those little things you've ignored while focusing on your billion-dollar problems. Are you paying attention to the horizon? Or are you too busy arguing over the chads in your own parlor? Sleep soundly, and may your dreams be peaceful. for the gathering storm is still just a whisper on the wind. For now. Chapter 18. The Reality TV Survival. I have always been of the mind that the human race is possessed of a very peculiar brand of voyeurism. We are a species that will stop a three-horse carriage in the middle of a torrential downpour just to watch a man try to retrieve his hat from a mud puddle. There is something in our constitution that finds the minor embarrassments and major catastrophes of our neighbors more refreshing than a cold glass of lemonade on a July afternoon. But in the summer of the year 2000, a gentleman named Mark Burnett, a man who clearly understood that the new century was suffering from a terminal case of boredom, decided to turn this voyeurism into a national religion. He gave us a contraption called Survivor, the Great American Paradox. Consider the premise, if you can do so without your brain attempting to exit through your ears. 16 pampered citizens of the most prosperous nation on the planet are taken to a remote island in the South China Sea, stripped of their comforts, their dignity, and their deodorant, and told to live like savages for the chance to win $1 million. Now, I have seen people survive in my day. I have known men on the Oregon Trail who ate their own boots to stay alive, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that they did not consider it a game. They did not have a camera crew following them to capture the exact moment they realized that boiled leather lacks the subtle notes of a well-aged steak. They were not voting each other off the trail. If a man was a nuisance, he was simply left behind with a firm handshake and a prayer, which is a much more honest way of handling social friction. But in the year 2000, survival became a spectator sport. We sat in our air-conditioned parlors, surrounded by bags of salted corn and carbonated sugar water, and watched as a group of strangers argued over who was better at building a fire with a pair of sticks. We were fascinated by their misery, provided it was delivered in high definition and interrupted every 10 minutes by a message from a laundry detergent company. The Judas of the Jungle. The undisputed star of this first season was a fellow named Richard Hatch. Richard was a corporate trainer, a title that suggests his primary skill was explaining to people why they were being fired in a way that made them feel like they were actually being given a promotion. Richard understood the new economy better than anyone, while the other contestants, a group that included a Navy SEAL, a river guide, and a very confused dairy farmer, were busy trying to be helpful and hard-working. Richard was busy being a strategist. He realized that their goal was not to be the best survivalist, but to be the best liar. He spent a significant portion of his time wandering around the island entirely naked, apparently under the impression that if the other contestants couldn't find a place to look, they wouldn't find a way to vote him out. It was a masterpiece of psychological warfare. If you want to unsettle a group of Americans, you don't need a gun. You just need to be a middle-aged man with a confident stride and a total lack of trousers. Richard formed the first alliance. This was a revolutionary concept in the year 2000. Before Survivor, Americans liked to believe that success was a result of merit, grit, and perhaps a bit of luck. Richard proved that success was actually a result of finding 3 other people you disliked slightly less than everyone else, and agreeing to stab everyone else in the back before you stabbed each other. It's not a game of survival, I mused as I watched him catch a fish with his bare hands. It's a game of accounting. He's not counting calories, he's counting votes. The Tribal Council and the modern guillotine. The centerpiece of this madness was the Tribal Council. Every 3 days, the losers were marched to a dark, torch-lit clearing that looked like a set for a low-budget opera about cannibalism. There, they met a man named Jeff Probst, a fellow whose primary function was to ask uncomfortable questions and wear a series of very crisp denim shirts. The contestants would write a name on a piece of parchment and drop it into a jar. It was the Hanging Chads of Florida, but with higher stakes and fewer lawyers. Then, with the gravity of a hanging judge, Jeff would read the names. The tribe has spoken. With those 4 words, a person's dreams of being a millionaire were extinguished, and they were forced to walk off into the dark woods with nothing but their torch and a sudden, sharp realization that nobody liked them. It was a public execution of the ego. We watched, enthralled, as people wept, raged, and blamed the edit for their own lack of social grace. We loved it. It made us feel better about our own boring lives. We might not have $1 million, but at least we weren't being told by a naked corporate trainer that we were redundant on a tropical beach. The Rat Eaters and the Navy SEAL. We must also discuss the challenges to earn rewards, like a single slice of pizza or the right to not be executed. The contestants had to perform various feats of absurdity. They had to stand on a log for 3 hours. They had to swim through a mud pit. And in the most famous moment of the season, they had to eat bugs and rats. I have seen many things in my life, but I never expected to see a nation of 50 million people lean forward in their chairs to watch a woman eat a roasted rat. It was the pinnacle of human achievement. We had built the Great Pyramids, we had painted the Sistine Chapel, we had split the atom, and now we were watching a lady named Sue Hawk chew on a rodent for a chance to win a luxury car. The contrast was provided by Rudy Bosch, a 72-year-old retired Navy SEAL. Rudy was a man from the old world, the world where survivor meant not getting shot in a jungle in 1968. He was blunt, he was grumpy, and he clearly thought everyone else on the island was a numbskull. Rudy became a national hero because he represented the last of the unfiltered Americans. He didn't care about alliances or optics. He just wanted to get the job done and maybe have a sandwich. His friendship with the naked Richard Hatch was the most touching and baffling romance of the year 2000. It proved that in the face of starvation and corporate strategy, even a grizzled commando and a naked accountant can find a common ground, provided that ground is $1 million check. The snakes and the rats. The season culminated in a finale that was watched by more people than had ever watched a political debate or a lunar landing. In the final moments, Sue Hawk, a woman whose bitterness had been aging like a fine vinegar, delivered a speech that would have made a Shakespearean villain blush. She compared the 2 finalists to a snake, Richard, and a rat, Kelly. And she famously declared that if Kelly were dying of thirst, she wouldn't give her a drop of water. It was a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated spite. It was the moment reality TV finally separated itself from reality. In reality, you might be mad at a coworker, but you generally don't wish them death by dehydration on national television. But on Survivor, spite was the currency of the realm. Richard won, of course. The snake ate the rat. The naked corporate trainer walked away with the $1 million, proving that in the new millennium, the winner is not the strongest, the fastest, or the kindest. It's the one who is most comfortable being himself, even if himself is a person you'd never want to have dinner with. The legacy of manufactured misery. By the end of the summer, Survivor had changed the landscape of the human mind. We realized that we no longer needed writers to tell us stories. We just needed to put 16 strangers in a stressful situation and wait for them to start eating each other's souls. It was the birth of a new kind of reality, a reality that is carefully edited, lit by professionals, and sponsored by a carbonated beverage. We have become a race of voyeurs, perpetually looking over the fence to see who is being voted out of the neighborhood. I find it a grand irony. We spend our lives trying to escape the hardships of our ancestors, the hunger, the cold, the social isolation, and then we pay a monthly fee to our cable company so we can watch other people experience those very same things for our amusement. We have turned survival into a leisure activity. The Midnight of the Island. As I look back on the year 2000, I see Survivor as the moment we finally gave up on being participants in life and decided to become viewers. We would rather watch someone else eat a rat than go out and find our own dinner. We would rather watch a naked man win $1 million than figure out how to pay our own taxes. Good night, Richard. I hope you bought some trousers with that money, though I suspect you're still wandering around your living room in the buff, practicing your tribal council face. Good night, Rudy. You were the only honest thing on that island, and I hope they gave you a very large sandwich. As for the rest of us, let's turn off the television and see if we can survive the night without an immunity idol. I suspect the only thing waiting to vote us off is the alarm clock in the morning, and that's a tribal council that none of us can win. End of chapter 18. Note to the reader: as you drift into sleep, remember that you are the sole survivor of your own day. You have navigated the challenges of the office, the social game of the grocery store, and the tribal council of your own family. You have earned your reward. Sleep soundly, and may your dreams be free of snakes, rats, and denim-shirted hosts asking you how you feel about your hunger. You've made it to the final two. The $1 million isn't coming, but a good night's rest is a much better prize anyway. Chapter 19. The Monetization of Trivia. In the winter of the year 2000, having seen the American people survive the threat of digital annihilation and the suspense of the hanging Chad, I observed a new form of madness take hold of the national consciousness. It was a phenomenon that transformed the humble act of knowing things into a high-stakes gladiatorial contest, conducted under the flickering glow of 1,000 studio lights and the intense, somewhat caffeinated gaze of a gentleman named Regis Philbin. I am speaking of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. In my day, a man of extensive knowledge was a creature to be found in a library, a university, or perhaps at the corner of a particularly sophisticated bar. His reward for knowing the capital of Siam or the chemical composition of a turnip was generally the respect of his peers and perhaps a free glass of cider. But the new century decided that the only proper way to honor the possession of facts was to attach a dollar sign to them and see if the possessor would start to sweat under the pressure of a ticking clock. The high priest of the monochromatic tie. The master of ceremonies for this ritual was Mr. Philbin, a man who appeared to be in a state of permanent high-velocity agitation. He possessed a voice like a gravel crusher and a wardrobe that consisted entirely of shirts and ties of the exact same color. I sat and watched him for many an evening, fascinated by the way he could make the question, "What is the primary ingredient of a ham sandwich?" sound like a terrifying ultimatum delivered by a hanging judge. Regis was the high priest of the hot seat. He sat across from a hopeful citizen, separated only by a glowing computer screen and a tension thick enough to stop a clock. His primary function, it seemed, was to repeat the contestants' own answers back to them with a look of profound, agonizing doubt. "Is that your final answer?" It is a magnificent phrase. It implies that at any moment the universe might shift its gears, and your decision to believe that George Washington had wooden teeth could lead to your immediate social and financial ruin. I have seen men who have faced charging bulls and sinking ships tremble like a leaf in a gale when asked if they were quite sure about the middle name of Mickey Mouse. The altar of the lifelines. The most ingenious feature of this televised lottery was the lifelines. It was a subtle, somewhat cynical commentary on the state of human self-reliance in the year 2000. We were told that no man is an island, especially when there is $500,000 on the line. The 50-50, a digital mercy that removed 2 of the wrong answers. I watched as people stared at the remaining 2 options, one right, one wrong, and agonized as if they were choosing which wire to cut on a ticking bomb. It proved that even when the odds are even, the human mind will find a way to bet against itself. Ask the audience. This was a fascinating experiment in the wisdom of the crowds. A group of strangers in a dark studio would press buttons to tell you what they thought. It was a terrifying thought. Trusting your financial future to a group of people whose primary qualification for being there was that they had nothing better to do on a Tuesday afternoon than sit in a dark room and wait for a free T-shirt. Phone a friend. This was the most revealing of all. It was a test of a man's social utility. You were allowed to call one person in your life, your smartest friend, to ask for help. It suggested that in the new millennium, your worth is not just what you know, but who you know who knows things. I couldn't help but wonder, if I were called as a friend, would I tell the truth, or would I lead the fellow astray just to see the look on his face when he lost the $1,000,000? I suspect I know the answer, and it is why I am rarely invited to be a lifeline. The John Carpenter coup. The pinnacle of this era occurred when a gentleman named John Carpenter, not the fellow who makes the frightening films, though the tension was certainly cinematic, reached the final question. He was playing for the $1,000,000, a sum that, in the year 1860, could have bought you a small European country, but in the year 2000 was just enough to buy a very nice house in a neighborhood where the neighbors would still look down on you. The question was about Richard Nixon's appearance on Laugh In. Mr. Carpenter sat there, calm as a pond in July. He hadn't used a single lifeline. The nation held its breath. The music, a rhythmic, thumping sound designed to mimic a panicked heartbeat, grew louder. Then, with the $1,000,000 on the line, Carpenter decided to phone a friend. He called his father. I leaned forward expecting a frantic exchange of information. Instead, I witnessed a moment of such magnificent, unadulterated gall that I nearly fell off my chair. "Hi, Dad," Carpenter said, a grin spreading across his face like a sunrise. "I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1,000,000. He then proceeded to give the correct answer and became the first person to reach the top of the mountain. It was a masterpiece of human arrogance. He didn't just win the money, he won the moment. He proved that the only thing better than being right is being right and making sure everyone, including your father, knows exactly how right you are. The trivialization of value. But as I watched the confetti fall and the checks being signed, I couldn't help but feel a certain melancholy. We had reached a point where knowledge was no longer an end in itself, it was a means to a final answer. We were living in an age of monetized trivia. We were filling our heads with the names of forgotten pop stars, the release dates of breakfast cereals, and the catchphrases of sitcom characters, all on the off chance that a man in a monochromatic tie might one day ask us about it for money. We were trading wisdom for factoids, small, dry bits of information that have the nutritional value of a cracker and the staying power of a soap bubble. The morning after the millennium found us worshiping at the altar of the superficial. We had decoded the genome and sent men to the ISS. Yes, but we were far more interested in whether a tax auditor from Connecticut knew who played the lead in the Brady Bunch. The final answer. The show eventually faded, as all such spectacles do when the public tires of the same tie colors and the same rhythmic heartbeats. We realized that watching people be nervous for money is only entertaining for so long before you start to wonder why you aren't the one in the hot seat. But Who Wants to Be a Millionaire left its mark. It taught us that in the 21st century, the truth is something that can be decided by a majority vote of the audience or a quick call to a friend. It taught us that the most important thing a person can possess is not a soul or a conscience or a sense of humor, but a vast, disorganized library of useless information and the ability to keep a straight face when a man asks you if you're quite sure. As for me, I'm quite sure of very little. I don't know the middle name of the fellow who invented the toaster, and I certainly don't know which Kardashian is which, a problem I suspect will only get worse. But I know this. If I ever find myself in a hot seat with $1,000,000 on the line, I'm going to use my phone a friend to call my editor and tell him I'm retiring to a riverboat. The midnight of the trivia. As the year 2000 draws to its actual final close, the lights in the studio are turning off. The hanging chads are being swept away, the Nokia bricks are being charged, and the emotion engines are humming quietly in the dark. We have survived the first year of the future. It wasn't nearly as shiny as we expected, and it was significantly more expensive, but we are still here. We have our millions. Well, some of us do. We have our trivia, and we have a very long road ahead of us. Good night, Regis. You were the loudest man in a very loud year. May your ties always match your shirts, and your questions always have a final answer. As for the rest of us, let's stop worrying about the facts and start worrying about the truth. The facts will only get you $1,000,000. The truth might actually get you a decent night's sleep. End of chapter 19. Note to the reader. As you drift into the quiet of the night, consider your own hot seat. You do not need to phone a friend to know that you are tired. You do not need to ask the audience to know that the pillows are soft. In the world of dreams, all the answers are correct, and the prize is a morning without a headache. Sleep soundly, and remember, you don't need $1 million to be the richest person in the room. You just need to be the only one who knows where the off switch is. Chapter 20. The Midnight of the Real Millennium. And so, we arrive at the finish line, or what the pedants and the mathematically inclined insist is the true starting line. I have spent a great deal of my life observing that if you give a man a chance to be technically correct, he will happily sacrifice every friend he has just to prove he knows where the decimal point goes. Throughout the year 2000, we were plagued by a group of individuals I call the chronological purists. These are the folks who spent their New Year's Eve in 1999 not drinking champagne or dancing the cakewalk, but standing in the corner with their arms crossed, informing anyone within earshot that the 21st century didn't actually begin until January 1st, 2001. There was no year zero, they would cry, their eyes gleaming with the cold, hard light of a man who enjoys correcting a child's grammar. A century is 100 years, and you cannot start counting until you have finished the first one. I reckon it's a magnificent piece of human tomfoolery to spend the most exciting night of 1,000 years arguing over a zero that isn't there. It's like refusing to enjoy a birthday cake because the baker forgot to put the 1 on the candle. But here we are, at the stroke of midnight on December 31st, 2000, and even the purists have run out of things to complain about. The real millennium is upon us, and I find myself looking back at the wreckage and the wonders of the last 12 months with a mixture of amusement and a very profound desire for a nap. The year of the great humbug. As I sit here in my ghostly study, nursing a digital cigar that tastes of nothing but serves as a fine prop for contemplation, I realize that the year 2000 was the greatest show on earth, directed by a committee of frantic engineers and choreographed by a sock puppet. We began the year in a state of high alert panic, convinced that our own toasters would rise up and judge us for our sins. We spent billions to fix a bug that turned out to be a mere gnat. We watched as the new economy inflated like a prize-winning pumpkin at a county fair, only to discover that it was filled with nothing but eyeballs and hot air. We saw the rise of the indestructible brick, a telephone so sturdy it will likely be the only thing left for the archaeologists to find. And we saw the fall of the white bird, the Concorde, which proved that we'd rather be efficient than extravagant. We have decoded our own blueprints, only to find they are written in a 4-letter alphabet of junk. We have moved into the attic of the universe, where we spend our days drinking our own breath and watching 16 sunrises a day. We have turned our elections into a theological debate over the status of a piece of cardboard, and we have turned our personal lives into a reality show, where the goal is to see who can eat a rat without weeping. It has been a year of magnificent contradictions. We are more connected than ever, yet we listen to music about how lonely we are. We have the most precise maps in history, yet we are more lost than a blind man in a hall of mirrors. We have emotion engines in our toys and calculators in our hearts. The future is just a used present. The great revelation of the year 2000 is that the future is a magnificent swindle. When I was a lad, the future was promised to be a place of silver jumpsuits, personal jetpacks, and a pill that tasted like roast beef, but provided all the nutrition a man needs to argue about politics for a week. But as the clock ticks toward 2001, I look around and realize that the future is just the present, with more expensive toys and a much faster way to be bored. We don't have jetpacks. We have J-phones that take blurry pictures of our lunch. We don't have cities on Mars. We have a website where we can draw pictures of laser-eyed robots and ship them with plumbers. Man does not change simply because the calendar does. You can give a man a computer that can perform 6 billion calculations a second, and he will use it to play Snake. You can give him a global positioning system that can find his boots to within 3 inches, and he will use it to look for a plastic bucket in the woods. We are the same old Adam, just with better plumbing and a significantly higher debt-to-income ratio. We are still greedy, still vain, still prone to believing that a man in a monochromatic tie has the answers to our problems, and still convinced that if we just buy one more gadget, we will finally be happy. The editor's warning. My editor, a fellow who possesses a nervous twitch and a pile of history books that he keeps hidden under his desk, tells me that we should not be in such a hurry to move into the year 2001. He tells me that the morning after the millennium is about to get a whole lot louder and a great deal more complicated. Mr. Twain, he says, his voice trembling like a leaf in a gale, the next chapter starts off roughly. The storm we saw in Aden is only the beginning. The world is about to wake up from its holiday, and the hangover is going to be a doozy. Well, I have always been a man who knows when to leave a party. If the year 2001 is going to be rough, then I reckon the best thing we can do is stay right here for a while. Let us linger in the twilight of the 20th century, back when the biggest problem we had was a hanging Chad, and the most frightening thing on television was a naked corporate trainer. There is a certain comfort in the nonsense of 2000. It was a year of harmless humbuggery. It was a year where we played with our digital dollhouses and worried about monetized trivia. It was a year of high tech and low stakes. The lullaby of the century. So, let us put the 20th century to bed. It was a loud, bloody, brilliant, and thoroughly exhausted century. It gave us the airplane and the atom bomb. It gave us the moon landing and the Spice Girls. It was a century that tried to do everything at once and ended up sitting on the floor on New Year's Eve, wondering where it left its keys. I invite you to close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the morning after as they fade away. Listen to the chirpy monophonic ringtone of a Nokia 3310 as it drifts into silence. Listen to the hum of a PlayStation 2 cooling its emotion engine after a long night of digital glory. Listen to the quiet clink, clink, clink of a wrench against a hull in the Barents Sea, a sound of hope that has finally found its rest. Listen to the rustle of 1,000,000 paper ballots being filed away in a dark room in Tallahassee, never to be punched again. We are entering the real millennium now. The purists can finally sleep. The year zero that wasn't has passed, and we are standing on the threshold of 100 years that will surely be just as ridiculous, just as tragic and just as hilarious as the ones that came before. But for tonight, the future can wait. The lightning bolts are still in the wires, the genomes are still in the cells, and the small boats are still on the horizon. We have earned a moment of quiet. I'm going to turn off the J phone. I'm going to put my hanging chads in a drawer and tell my phone a friend that I'm busy. I'm going to head down to the river, the one that doesn't have a GPS coordinate and doesn't require a login. And I'm going to watch the water flow by at a pace that doesn't require an emotion engine to understand. Good night, 2000. You were a grand old fraud, a magnificent spectacle, and a very expensive way to spend 12 months. Thank you for the memories, even the ones that were only 0.11 megapixels. And to you, dear Rita, I offer the only final answer that actually matters. It is time to sleep. The 20th century is finally over, even by the purists' count. Let us dream of a world where the toasters are friendly, the politicians are brief, and the only surviving we have to do is getting to the kitchen for a glass of water in the middle of the night. Sleep well. The future will be there in the morning, and I suspect it'll be just as confused as we are. Good night. End of Chapter 20. Final note to the reader. As you drift into the deep, dark, and perfectly unmapped territory of sleep, remember that you are the author of your own millennium. In your dreams, there are no selective availabilities, no burn rates, and no predictive text to tell you what to say. You are the master of your own emotion engine. Sleep soundly, for the 20th century is a closed book, and the 21st is still waiting for someone to find a pen that works. Sweet dreams.